Please join me in welcoming Daniel Chu to the stage. Let's have a huge round of applause, everyone, for Mr. Daniel.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It's an honor and privilege to address at this distinguished conference. First of all, I would like to thank the organizer for extending the invitation to me. Some of the topic and session of this conference includes topics like compliance, intellectual property, data privacy slash data protections, and AI. It covers some of the most critical and dynamic areas in our field. As an in-house counsel, we are the guardian of our organizations, navigating the intricate legal landscape that shape the operations and strategies of our respective organizations. I will just briefly share on 5 areas this morning. Firstly, the value of in-house counsel. I believe most will not deny that in-house counsel is the bedrock of a successful organizations. Our role goes beyond merely providing legal advice. We are integral to the strategic decision-making process, risk management, and fostering the ethical corporate culture. Our unique positions within the organizations that allow us to understand its nuances, culture, and long-term objective. And it is this understanding that enables us to provide tailored and business-oriented legal solutions that aligned with our respective organization and goals. We are not just lawyers, we are business partners, advisors, and often the voice of reasons in challenging times. Second, navigating compliance. Compliance remains the cornerstones of our responsibilities. We are at the times where regulatory landscapes are constantly shifting. Our role in ensuring our organization adhere to the applicable regulations is paramount. This task is not without its challenges, especially when dealing with cross-border legal issues. Navigating the complexity of international trade, particularly in the geopolitical climate currently, require a nuanced understanding of various legal systems and ability to see potential conflicts. One example that I quote is export control in cross-border transaction. Our role is to ensure that our organization not only comply with the laws on the country that we operate in, but also uphold the standard of the highest standard of ethical conduct. Number 3, safeguarding intellectual property. IP is a lifeblood of innovations. As in-house counsel, we are tasked to protect our organization intellectual asset against infringement while ensuring we respect the IP rights of others. The challenges we face in this area is multifaceted, from dealing with patent trolls to navigating the intricacies of IP in different countries. Our expertise often put to test. But it is this very challenge that keeps us sharp and drive us to continue to evolve our strategy that meet our organization goals. Protecting IP rights is just not just merely about legal battles. Conversely, it is about fostering an environment where innovation can thrive without the fear of unjust competition. Number 4, data privacy or data protection. Data privacy is another critical area, in my view, where our expertise is indispensable. With the advent of new technologies and the increasing importance of data in business operations, ensuring compliance with data privacy has never been more crucial or challenging than before. More often than not, we are tasked to balance the need for data utilizations and the obligations to protect individual rights complying with the relevant data privacy, data protection regulations. This involves not only an understanding of the complex regulations, but also help to implement workable policy within our organizations, and at the same time, foster a culture of privacy within our respective organization. Number 5, AI. The integrations of AI into the legal field and other business area is revolutionizing the way we work. For us, AI tools are enhancing our ability to conduct research, review contracts, and manage our legal operations. However, this also brings new challenges and ethical considerations. As in-house counsel, we must navigate the adoption of these technologies while ensuring they are used responsibly and ethically. And that includes the use and adoptions of AI tools by our respective business units and functions. This requires continuous learning and adaptability as we integrate these tools in our daily operations. So in conclusion, one may ask, what keeps us as in-house counsel going? I believed it is a knowledge that our work is fundamental to the success and integrity of our organizations. It is the satisfaction of solving complex problems and the drive to protect and advance our organization's interests. We are the silent sentinels, the unsung heroes, ensuring our organization can operate smoothly and ethically in an increasing complex world. Our work may often go unnoticed, but it is indispensable. As we continue to navigate the ever-evolving legal landscape, let's take pride the value that we bring to our organizations. Thank you for all the in-house counsel for the dedications and commitment to your role. As we navigate the challenges and seize the opportunity that define the ever-evolving landscape of our profession. That's all I have for this morning. Wishing you a fruitful conference. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Daniel, for such an insightful session. Moving on to our first panel discussion of the day, navigating the legal landscape, AI implementation, policy, and project rollout. Can we have the seating arrangement for the panel discussion, please? So, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for our first panel discussion of the day, navigating the legal landscape, AI implementation, policy, and project rollout. We have a distinguished panel of experts to discuss this critical topic. And for this, I would like to call upon stage our first panelist, Ms. Akanksha Kamte, Legal Head AGM at Novulis Corporation. Let's have a huge round of applause, everyone, for Ms. Akanksha. Our second panelist is Ms. Karen Lee, Chair of Association of Corporate Counsel Australia, Legal Technology and Innovation Committee. Let's have a huge round of applause for Ms. Karen Lee. And our third panelist for the day is Surbhi Singh, independent lawyer at Supreme Court of India. Let's have a huge round of applause, and everyone, please join me in welcoming all our panelists.
Hi, good morning, everyone, and thank you so much for joining. What we'd love to do today is we recognize that all of you are legal experts in the room. So we really want to make this as practical and useful for you as much as possible and give you really useful tips that you can take away and use in your day-to-day practice. So in terms of the agenda, what we'll be going through is firstly, we'll start really small. We'll share with you our individual experience of how we've incorporated AI in our own practice. We'll then move a little bit bigger to our organisation and look at practical steps for rollout of AI projects in your organisation. We'll then take an even bigger view and have a look at systems and policy within the different regions that we might operate in. And finally, we'll close with some really key top tips for you as to how you can implement right away or very soon. So my first question, Subi, to you is, could you tell us a little bit about yourself and how you've implemented AI in your day-to-day work?
I'm an independent lawyer in Supreme Court of India, and in daily life, I use AI for mostly in legal research. There are so many tools that help me to find out that appropriate case for uh, a case. And after that, in case management, there are best tool, I think, in AI. I find out that in later time I have to write my assistant have to write a go to every court and pick up the case that I have, and then he give me the cause list. But now I have to just put up once in tool, and every time I get notification. So that's really helped me to day up to date every day. And e-discovery there is in data collection help me manage the larger value of that documents that can help me every day.
Thanks so much, Subi. And Akanksha, how would you use it in your day-to-day work?
Yeah, thank you, Karen. So, in my day-to-day life, I use AI. We are Microsoft partners, so we have a liberty to use Copilot quite often, and I use AI from drafting emails to research to document or contract management in day-to-day life. I think personally, I really feel if AI was there when I was starting my career, it could have been very useful because English is not my first language. And I think most of the Asian part of the legal councils would have the same experience that, you know, when I am talking to somebody in Europe, my legal counterpart, or maybe in US, the language barrier is there. And then I really have to spend a lot on doing a simple task of writing an email, which you will say that this doesn't come into legal, but like if any other department writes an email and there are spelling mistakes, that's okay to go. But as a fresher, I was terrified to even have a simple spelling mistake, and I used to read my email drafts again and again. So rather than checking my contracts again and again, my half of the time used to go to checking my emails to my seniors. But now the task is easy. I just write the subject in an AI and the mail is created. It exactly intends and it exactly clarifies the object that I have to, and it makes my life easy. So at least I know that the guilt, the embarrassment part in front or in the growth of my career is not there. And I really thank the AI or the generation that is coming up with such facilities that they don't know how the embarrassment is there when you write a and an, and then your seniors keep on telling this in every coffee meet that you do that. So that's a very simple thing that I do. in a day-to-day life. But apart from that, there are very complex parts where I use AI every day in my day, and it is really helpful.
And can I just ask the audience who currently, put your hands up if you're currently using generative AI in your day-to-day practice? Very helpful. And who would like to use it a little bit more or learn about really easy tips for how to use generative AI in your practice? Great, thank you. So I might jump into some really simple things that we can get started on, and appreciate that not all of us might have the legal budget, for example, to, adopt really expensive tools, or we might have to go through quite extensive IT due diligence. So I will start really small and go through some practical things that you might be able to dabble with straight away. For example, if you have a Chat GPT subscription. So firstly, jumping onto Kanksha's note about writing emails, what generative AI is really quite helpful is that it can really easily help you change the tone. So if you think about the way you write individually, you might have a certain style that you've developed over your whole legal practice. And sometimes you might need to change the tone. So for example, for those of us who work across APAC, and we, might have different cultural nuances, ChatGPT can be really helpful in helping you very easily change the tone. And, you can just let it know the type of tone. You want it more casual, you want it more formal. So that's a really quick tip. The next one is simplifying legal concepts. So for those of us who are either in law firms or working as in-house counsel, sometimes, there are concepts that are really, natural to us, like indemnities that we work with every day. But for our clients, that might not be something so straightforward. So if you want to have a very quick way of seeing how you can simplify those concepts and help you with, some ideas of how to convey that in a more natural and easily understandable way, you can try using generative AI as a first draft. The next one is creating summaries. So for those of you who have to go through lots and lots and lots of information, generative AI can be quite useful to help you create summaries, or alternatively, you can ask it questions to help you digest documents and pull out key bits of information. For that, though, I would recommend you make sure, firstly, you think about the confidentiality aspects, what you can upload and what you shouldn't upload, but also as well, making sure you ask ChatGPT to give you the references as well, just so you can go back in and check to make sure that it's not hallucinating. I think one final tip I wanted to share here as well is for those of us who are responsible for running trainings in our organizations, whether that be to board directors or more, company-wide trainings, ChatGPT can be really helpful in helping you be more creative. So it can give you ideas, for example, if you want to do quizzes for the audience, asking it to share with you what questions might be quite interesting. Also, as well, for those of us who aren't creatively trained, if you want really helpful logos or pictures, again, it's a really easy way that we can branch a little bit out further from what we do in our day-to-day life. So we've shared with you our individual experiences. We'll now move on to the organisational view. So Subi, could you tell us, looking at the court systems, how has the use of AI changed the way judicial processes are carried out in India?
There is so many changes in this after 2001 actually. 2022, after that, the Supreme Court start using the AI tool. There are so many AI tools, especially after saying that language barrier, the AI helped Supreme Court to translate that other language in English. So basically, that is the basic change that I seen, because in every state there are different language, and Supreme Court start using translation AI tool that help me or Supreme Court or judicial system to use that tool to translate into Kannada or other language that high courts have, to translate it in English and use that thing, Supreme Court. So that is the basic change. And there are case management. Basically, they get that have backlogs of so many times they take in cases that date have to give on proper time. So that is the also they use basically two tools in Supreme Court that have
Thanks.
lot in GST.
Thanks, Subi.
They are also in live streaming start after that. So every hearing you can see on live streaming what our judges are saying. You can see live. That happened because of AI tools. So that is a basic change that happened in India.
Very exciting. Thanks for sharing. And Akanksha, I'd love it if you could share with us two different views. So firstly, the biggest opportunities that you've seen for AI implementation for legal teams within your organization, but also what you might be seeing in your clients' organizations as well.
Right. So I'll start with my organization because it's easy. My organization is a multi jurisdiction organization. It's a multinational company. So almost I have to tackle with US, Europe, and APAC at large. And imagine my sales folks are there in each region. So every day, at least, they generate lots of NDAs to start with. And if I start, and of course, when it's a sales opportunity, always or wants everything yesterday, which is not possible for a legal team to give. But now we have inbuilt AI tool for ourselves, which reviews our NDAs for risk. So earlier, we used to spend or we used to have one entire resource who are only doing NDA. I also feel that the resource had to really work hard to even grow in the career, because after doing just an NDA in the entire contract management, the growth of that role was also not a very great role. So even if it's a junior, you need to give them an exposure, and to just get an exposure, this person really had to stretch a much. But now with this AI tool, I think we can allow, or our 100 NDAs just happens in an hour or so. And now we have much more productive way to focus our time on strategies and MSAs or something that AI, or that is what we are not comfortable giving to AI for contract management. So definitely for our organization, I think contract management has helped a lot. When I'm talking about my clients, so we do bid for lots of RFPs, and it I have seen that now the RFPs has their own AI tool inbuilt in it. So earlier, when we have any questions for our clients, if we have to fill up the RFP, it usually take 2 or 3 times days for them to revert, and obviously the time zone plays a very important role. But now with AI included in all the RFP system, for my clients who have done that, I'm very thankful for them. My questions while I'm giving answers, or my team who is really working on the RFP explanations, they get the explanation, the questions, the answers immediately. So that is what have saved a lots of time, and we are now able to focus on what exactly is important and what exactly helps our growth. So I think from the client's perspective also, and from my organization perspective also, we have channelized AI in such a way where the time utilization can be used in more productive way, as well as in the same way we don't feel that now just because AI is there, the legal resource or maybe the legal team or the RFP team won't be there in picture anymore. That's not the case. I think with more and more AI coming in, we just need to change how we navigate ourselves into this world, rather than being fearful of like maybe my job won't be there in next 10 or 15 days. So that's the only change I feel that has happened, if you know how to wisely use AI in your organization.
Thanks so much, Akanksha. And for me, I just wanted to share some learnings from previous projects, and also things that I've learned along the way through the legal tech community that I'm part of. And hopefully these will be useful to you if you're rolling out AI projects as well in your organization. So firstly, the key error that we see is that the first question that is asked is, what AI should I adopt? And I think when you start with that question, what you get is your team running towards the newest shiny tools that are out. So I would encourage you to firstly take a step back and ask yourself, what problem is it that I want to solve? And I think when you start with that framework and really lean into the problem and learn to understand what that is, that will provide you with a much better starting base as to what you should do moving forward.
I would just like to add on this. I face similar things, helping lots of software developers build a software and seeing that it's ethical. They keep on asking me what software, what code I can use. So now earlier it was just open source codes that they used to come, and I had to see the entire licenses of the open source code if they have to use it or not. But now they come up with open source code and along with some new AI tool that they want to include into the software. But while doing that, you really need to check on whether this AI tool is really helping and do you really need it. Just because it's free, just because it's available, doesn't mean you need it. So that's the organization takeaway that we need to be very firm on. Otherwise, you might land up into some technical troubles which we don't foresee right now.
Completely agree, Akanksha. And I think while we're on the topic of tools, one recommendation and learning here is really understanding your existing tech stack. So I think sometimes when we work in the legal team, we'll know what our team uses day to day, but sometimes we might not know actually what our marketing team has access to, or finance, or any of our other teams. So it's really about reaching out, understanding what existing tech stack they might have, for example, for project management, or KPIs tracking. And that way you can really understand that first before you look at what tools are in the market. And that might also save you some costs as well. I think the other aspect to really think about when we're looking at our processes and how to improve them is process mapping. So I think as lawyers, sometimes we want to solve a problem quickly, but actually to create a lasting solution that your team and your stakeholders will be happy with, you really need to understand your processes first. And sometimes that could be, working with a cross-functional team and mapping out your processes and really understanding them first. I think, apologies. I think another area that would be really useful is taking a very small view. So start small before you scale up. So I think for us to prove that, the spend is wise and that, we can really create forward momentum, sometimes it's really good to start small and think about where you can pilot a project in an area that really could make an impact. And that way you can really help build the momentum for your organization moving forward. And finally, stakeholder management. One of the really key learnings is that really these types of projects are change management processes. So you really need to pause and take your stakeholders along the journey. And that could be anyone within the organization. It could be your C-suite. You need to ensure that they're happy with what you're looking to do and what you're spending on. Your own team. So you need to make sure your own legal team is happy to adopt this solution and that they will use it. And of course, your stakeholders within the organization who you're interacting with, because client experience is just so crucial.
I totally agree on the last point, your stakeholders, because most of the AI tools that we are using in an organization, mostly I think everybody is using contract management. And contract management is just not a tool which legal department is using or the legal teams are using in the company, but it is being used by everyone. I think maybe the admins or the owners are the legal team, but everybody is using it. So while just creating any AI tools for yourself, you really need to understand that whether a layman person who is not very much knowledgeable about legal terms and terminology, whether they will be also able to use it, or at least to create access to those tools where they can be easily be using it, but whereas you can also use it in a complicated manner. So evaluating any AI tool which you are using for your company or your organization in such a way really matters for the success of it. Otherwise, it will be only a good tool for a legal team, but it won't be a success for your company. And being an in-house counsel, having a mind or having an object to have a tool which is successfully building your company's growth is more important than building just a legal team growth.
And Sylvie, I'd love to turn to the court system. So, in terms of identifying where the opportunities are in the court process, how has that been done? And how have you really found the areas where you can really drive value within the court system?
In court system, there is value that I just tell you about the language. That is the tool that use in AI, and the opportunities are there to use that AI.
Sure. Thank you.
In
So Subi, we'd really love to learn more about the regulatory environment as well that you operate in. Could you tell us a little bit about the regulatory environment and how that has affected AI rollout within the court systems? I might pass over to you, Akanksha. So in terms of what you've seen in terms of the regulatory environment, what have you found that has really shaped the way your organisation has operated?
From the regulatory point of view, I think AI is not something new that has come up in like 2000 or something like this. AI was always there with us. I guess the popularity and the jones have changed right now. So it is not like something new to the judiciary or maybe even the policy makers. They are aware about what uh, pros and cons it can create. And I think, therefore, whenever you see any policies that are being created, maybe by government and even at an organization level, the emphasis is on mostly using it ethically, seeing to it that a data privacy is being used wisely. And my organization also runs in the same manner. So if you take any jurisdiction, AI rules or regulations for that matter, the whole idea is to see that any policy you make is having an ethical use of your AI and seeing to it that none of the IPRs and data privacy policies are getting hampered in the same way.
Thank
I have to ask that what the developer is liable or the user will be if anything happens. So that is the basic questions arise all the time when I use the AI. Or if anything happen, what the developer is the liable for or the user?
So we really need to understand that AI is also something like a software that we are using. And we are so used to ignoring the small terms and conditions comes with all the softwares that we just don't read it. So when we say that I sign on any platform, AI platform or any software, you at least make an effort to understand in those terms and conditions whose liability is they are talking about. Like whether they will indemnify you, whether they will say that whatever is created in on our AI platform, the IPR will belong to the company. So there will be a terms and conditions to it. I think like spending just half a minute on it could be enough for a legal team to understand the language and to see the risk analysis. The most easy way is also like, copy paste the same terms and condition, put into the same AI system, and then ask them to evaluate. So it will do it for you also, but it will give you the risks that are associated with you with that particular terms and conditions. And then you take a call whether you want to use it or you don't want to use it or how you want to use it. So that's the thing that I think, fortunately, all the policymakers have made sure that we are safe in that way.
And I think from a regulatory perspective, for those of us who are working within the APAC region, what we're really seeing is different approaches, but we can sort of categorize them in key areas. So I think the first one is most regulators are having a look at their existing frameworks to see whether it accommodates AI or not and what uplift might be required. So there might be jurisdictions like China, South Korea, and Taiwan looking at specific jurisdictions regulating AI, but they're still mostly in early stages. The other approach would be other jurisdictions like Australia, Japan, Singapore, India, Hong Kong, Thailand, Vietnam, where they're taking more of a principles-based approach and really providing helpful high-level ethical frameworks and guidance, as Akanksha mentioned. And I think for us working in this space and, being responsible not only for our own AI projects, but of course what our business might be doing, it might be really difficult for us to keep on top of all of these regulatory developments, especially because they're moving so quickly. So in terms of the approach that we can take and something we can work on quite easily and straight away is really think about taking a risk-based approach to AI implementation. So again, that really is taking a step back, mapping out those risks and understand where they lie, but also prioritizing them, right? Because I know all of you in the room are really busy, so you probably can't address all of the risks at once, but really prioritizing them and understanding which ones are critical and why. For example, is it regulatory penalties, or is it reputational damage, or is it something else? And also working with your cross-functional stakeholders to really see how we can address them. The other area as lawyers that we can really assist in is really understanding our governance framework as well. So you already have an existing governance framework within your organization. So really identifying within that what you've got in place already and what uplift might be required and where you might need to do adjustments. And again, that could be an iterative process that you continue as time moves on. And that way, what that means is you'll have a very flexible framework that as the regulators provide more detail on regulations or guidance, this will allow you more room to maneuver within your organizations.
On the regulation part, I also wanted to add, like even in US, the AI laws are getting out not in a very compressive manner. So there is no one law. There are industry specific laws. So maybe for AI, they have a consumer protection AI laws in US right now. Then they have AI laws related to the finance stream. They have AI rules related to the data privacy stream. But there is no something like AI Act, or it's not there even in India, it's not there even in US or even in EU. So everybody is like focusing on a industry specific. So rather than, I think, for legal team, AI making life easy, it's going to be more difficult because now you'll have to actually go and see the compliances for each different jurisdiction and the field that you are working on. So every field, like even right now in India for data privacy, we have data privacy laws different for RBI, we have data privacy laws different for like common users and then the corporates. And I think similar is the case in most of the countries. So somewhere I feel that even if AI is going to reduce some amount of our time researching and applying this various policies from different fields into your own organization and getting complied to it is going to be a great challenge ahead of us, and for which we have to be really ready and channelize our teams accordingly.
I think that's a really interesting point. And one tip for those of us who are in-house counsel would be that be mindful of industry development. So for example, I work in healthcare, but it's really helpful to know what's happening in the financial services field, because usually with financial services, they're quite ahead in terms of fintech and what they're doing there. So it's really helpful to see what other organizations are doing and what best practice might be there. And also as well, for those of us operating in an uncertain regulatory environment, Akanksha made some really good points about contractual protections. And I think that's something that we can really think about and implement. So again, it's sort of back to basic principles, really thinking who is best placed to bear that risk. Do you have the appropriate insurance covering those risks? And are you sort of allocating it appropriately across the board? So do you have back-to-back protections for yourself with vendors, particularly, for example, in cybersecurity? Are you thinking of those concerns and making sure you're protected that way? I then might move on to any key success stories that either of you would love to share, and sort of what worked well, what was your learning along the way, and what would you have done differently in terms of your project rollout?
in India, there is a judgment, Vardhan Singh versus State of Punjab, that AI use in that to judges use that AI to find out the outcome of that. So, but judges are saying that no, we don't use that AI on early stages, because in that case, the topic is missing that in drafting. So that AI say that not grant that bail or that person, but the actually then debates are going on. So the finally judges say that no, we don't use that and grant the bail to that person. So there are something which still not used in courts. We have to restrict that AI. That's all. Thank you. Actually, I am litigations, and all are here in-house counsel. So I feel like I am outsider, and what are you talking about is not relevant what I am saying. That's why I am quiet here. So please continue your
No, Surabhi,
conference.
I mean, see, even if it's a corporate field, I feel that we work closely with litigation. And one of our risk management is to understand what a litigator lawyer wants to think or what is their process, because it helps us build our strategy. So your views are totally important to us, and it's not like that we don't value, or it's not that what
Thank-
is not being
Thank you.
considered.
Thank you. So I don't want to interrupt you. That's why I'm like.
No issues. Thank you.
And it would be really interesting to learn more about the justice system and in terms of access as well. What do you think in terms of increased adoption of AI, what that would mean in terms of social justice and also access for the community?
Can I again ask you that question?
So in terms of using AI, how will that help in terms of the population and their access to justice?
That actually live streaming is the one that aware and education is there, that every person get to know about the law. Uh, that's the simple way of using AI, that Supreme Court when start using AI in live streaming, then every person is now educated about that right, about the law. That's the whole, the population getting thing.
And I think that's really great for those of us who are really passionate in that area, because sometimes as well for individuals, it's quite hard for them to access the legal justice system. So for what we can do in terms of increasing education and awareness and access, I think lowering that barrier to entry and really allowing them more education is
More education. That now everyone can translate in other language, their own language, to understand the law. That is the basic barrier in India, that there are different language and Supreme Court in English. So everyone wants to know about their what court are doing. They don't aware about just pass the judgment, and only lawyers and get to know about that. Even sometimes the accused or the verdict against come, they don't aware about what outcome is going on. So after that AI tool, we can translate that in their own language and understand what Supreme Court trying to say. That is the basic, I think, that benefit get by AI tools.
great. Thank you. And Akanksha, I'd love to know in terms of your experience as well within your organization, what are the biggest opportunity areas for the future? Where would you be looking to focus in the near term?
In the new time, definitely I would be mostly start focusing on using of AI and risk management, because I don't want to go into any puddles just to make my time uh, reduce for some of the work. So kind of implementing what AI policies is there for a company is what my time or is my first priority. So accordingly, we start developing or maybe procuring that kind of AI that suits us and our risk management system, rather than going on bonkers on all the things that are free. Of course, I have said that. So that is the first thing. Then second is also to use it like in a very ethical way. Or anyway, some of the IPR issues or maybe some of the confidentiality issues, even without AI, is so complicated nowadays. On if there is an IPR breach, or like what should we do when there is a jointly developed IPR between a client and the service provider. So these are the issues which are already not resolved. And if I'm using AI, there is any some third party that is even coming into the picture. And so having a definitive contract clauses and not depending upon an AI contract clauses for them is something that I would think is a new way to go forward. So that's another way. So maybe the first could be risk management, and then the second item of action is evaluating my contracts and my drafts accordingly to see that the AI language is not solicited or maybe not compromised, and it is as per my company that is going to be there. And the third thing is, right now we are still getting used to convincing our management that the cybersecurity insurance budget is a must. Now I think the insurance sector should also come with AI budget and an AI insurance budget. And then that's what by the next convincing management that along with cybersecurity, there's an AI insurance that has to come into picture. And that is would be the second industry level need or an ask that I would like to have going forward. Thank you.
Very important points. Thanks, Akanksha. And Subi, a similar question to you, which is in terms of the opportunities that you see over the next, 2 to 5 years in the court system, what would you see that to be, and where would those opportunities lie, do you think?
In 2 and 5 years, that, the AI tools get used more. That in Supreme Court now for language, line streaming, translations are used. But in 2 and 5 years, there are things that start using by judges, and they are basically, I'm fear of data privacy. That judges are trying to, that if there are so many large cases and that client wants to privacy, that get hurt. So that is the basic thing I think that can challenge.
And I think those challenges are real and probably faced across our legal industry. Really, this idea of data and how can we protect the data and ensure, that is protected not only within our organizations, but also to the vendors, and of course, cross-border flows as well, and working across different jurisdictions with different regulatory frameworks. Do you have any thoughts on that, Akanksha?
Yes, different. See, so it is going to be difficult. It's going to be a challenging phase because uh, till now, I think we are still getting used to it, like how the data privacy laws are getting in place. And now suddenly with data privacy, lots of AI new rules will come up. So studying those, evaluating those, and then implementing those is going to be a challenge. Apart from that, I feel AI should be seen that the ethics are not compromised anywhere. So that's the only takeaway that I have for this question. Otherwise, I think time, I mean, it's a time essence question, and we'll have to see how it develops itself and where we land up with it.
I think for those of us working on AI projects, tools that might be really helpful to assess with these risks. In Australia, for example, we've got a privacy impact assessment tool, a framework that the regulator has very helpfully provided guidance on. And I think doing that is not just a paperwork exercise or ticking the box exercise. I think if you work with your cross-functional teams, really understand the data flows, but also what could go wrong. For example, in these projects, you're processing a lot of data. So where there are possible data breaches, what could be the consequences for your organization, not only reputational, but the financial penalties, but more importantly for the individuals whose data is being compromised. And I think sometimes if we take the time at the start to plan those things and really understand, is the harm very serious? Is it that, their credit card details might be stolen, or their sensitive personal information about their health might be disclosed, what could go wrong. And when you map those things at the outset of your project, you're also more equipped to deal with those things when they come up. And I think Akanksha mentioned insurance, but also, of course, making sure you have your advisory panel in place in the event of data breaches, especially because of the various regulatory jurisdictions that have very tight reporting timelines. So there are really things as general counsel or in-house counsel we can do at the start to really add value to our organizations when we roll out these projects.
Yeah, I just wanted to add on for the project rollouts also, we'll have to start looking at our third party risk management programs in detail, because maybe for your organization, you have a specific AI policy that you build on or you rely on, but and for data privacy, we also know what cloud environment they are using, or there are tips or there are functions that can manage your third party risk assessment or your third party vendors also. But for AI, I don't think so. I mean, till what time you'll put a restriction? And if it is a breach, if they are not using the AI that you are recommending, or maybe you suggest what is the way out, because it's very difficult to find whether it's a breach or not if it's a specific AI tool, and they could always end up saying that it was our internal tool. So that's going to be a challenge when you are working with a third party vendor. Of course, going back to that, we are humans, trust factors and stakeholder management and training your third party vendors is a key to it. But again, for that matter, having a reliance or having a good policy which actually talks about it, trainings related to it is going to be helpful.
Thanks, Akanksha. And training, you've just mentioned training. So I'd love for us to focus on that issue, especially because it's so vital for us to be upskilled in this area. So Akanksha, do you have any advice for those of us either looking to upskill in this area or looking to train our team members?
Right. I do have an advice. I definitely feel that getting yourself trained in an AI is very important, but also we need to understand that AI is basically a different kind of platforms will give you different results. So understanding the different platforms that you are using and then using it wisely will help. So just don't reframe yourself saying that I'm not a technical person. I won't go and see what a technical use it is. I won't grow and upgrade myself to know the technical lingos in it and just ignore it. Try and find a way out, even if you are a legal counsel or even if you are a legal person, to make sure that you know and you understand those legal technical terms, because now there is really no turning back to it. Earlier it was fine that I am a technical person and you just go away, it's easy, but now saying that I won't learn it or maybe I don't understand it is not going to help you in the growth wise. So that's the one learning tip, not just for in-house counsels, but all the lawyers coming up front or want to aspire a good career in legal field. So that is, I think it's a takeaway on a training. And for the team matters, yes, understand which AI you are going to use. So right now, till now, I would like to write, or I generally used to see the CV where they have used Ariba or some kind of contract management tools. But now I also have to see like whether the resume is been drafted, or he is using a chat gpt wisely, or he is using copilot wisely, because every organizations and every prompt settings to an AI is in a different way. So like let's common use that we say, if you have used WhatsApp AI and if you have used chat gpt AI, the way you have to prompt or the way you have to interact with the two systems are totally different to get the same result that you want. So then understanding those and then training my teams is going to be a difficult task. And of course, every company is going to use a different kind of AI depending upon their needs. And then understanding and evaluating yourself with that kind of system is going to be the need of an hour.
Very, very helpful tips. Thank you, Akanksha. And Subi, from your perspective, in terms of the training that might be required either within the court system or, for the public who might be interacting with the systems, what might that look like?
Actually, in system, there are a very sensitive thing, because when people get punished, so there are we can use AI, but we can't use in drafting. My personal opinion that we should not use AI on drafting, because there are sensitive thing and every person belong to their own particular problem. So you have to use AI in wisely. So in court system, firstly you educate the people to how to use that AI. The judges and training is required. That's the basic.
I think the decision-making point is really, really important. And for those of us who actually currently have use cases for AI, it's really important for us to really think about what we're using it for, and in particular, whether it's for decision-making. And something, for us as lawyers to think about is the transparency of the process and how it made the decision, but also when you might inject the human into the process, for example, to verify anything. So I think going to Akanksha's point, even if we are not technical experts, we really need to understand at a high level what the tool does, what its limitations are. And really, the key tip for us here is we don't necessarily have to be the tech experts. We need to partner very closely with the tech experts and be there right with them, understand what they're doing and ask the right questions. And I think that way we can really be much more effective legal advisors, because we understand at a high level what the tool is, but also what the tool can't do.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, just because it is AI generated, it is never that it's 100% correct. You need to evaluate it, you need to review it, you need to change it according to the changes that it is. So, like, AI is just like having a draft from some juniors. So, it's just a skeleton that is going to being provided to you. The rest filling and decoration is what you will have to do yourself. So it's not just relying on the AI. Maybe the only takeaway is for legal team, the timing in drafting 100 pages agreement is reduced, but reviewing is the same.
Thank you. I'd just love it if both of our panelists could share some top tips in terms of what you think might be really helpful for everyone in the room.
I'm in litigation, and mostly cases are crime in related. So, what should I say to in-house counsel to help you to find out the AI tools? It's better to ask Akanksha about that, because I am a criminal lawyer. So, what I should suggest you about that system?
Akanksha, would you be happy to share some thoughts?
Yeah, so some of the tips that I would really like to uh, just share with the audience here is uh, try to uplift yourself, try to learn more about it, understand that this is not, AI is not something that is new. We were always having chat bots that were present. We are used to talking with AI systems. It's just that now the growth of AI systems is more in various generations. Understand your business needs, understand your personal needs, and understand what is the result that you are going to evaluate or you really want. And then decide your way forward with using an AI. That's the tip that I would like to use. But also, apart from that, see to it that it is not unethically used. Ethics is what is going to be the prime core of any new upcoming or even the prevalent laws or regulations that are. So evolve your policies accordingly to do the right thing. So even if it is not right, you have to do it right. So having that philosophy and running all your legal implementation policies and project rollouts with AI is going to lead you to the success.
Thanks, Akanksha. I think for me, what I would really think about would be data management. So I think even if we're not ready for rollout and we're thinking of starting maybe in the future, something we can start with right away is firstly understanding what data you hold. That might be within your organization, but also within legal teams, where that data is stored in terms of your precedents, how they're being organised, which are the ones that, you know, you can really rely on as truly representing what you'd like to use moving forward. Because sometimes, as you know, we might have precedents and then we might have other documents that, you know, are helpful but might not be precedents. So really organising your data, understanding where that's stored and managed, that would be a really helpful step to make sure your data is ready before you implement AI. I think the other area as well, also focusing on data, which might be challenging, but is a really interesting area to think about, is KPIs. So what key performance indicators would be important for you and your organization? And that might be something that might be challenging at the outset to think about. So for example, what we need to really look at would be both qualitative and quantitative KPIs. And I think the quantitative ones might be more straightforward. So it would be, you know, cost saved if you're looking to implement a tool, the time and resources that might be saved, and efficiency improved by your team, you know, turnaround times. That's probably the more obvious indicator. But I think the less obvious one would be quantitative factors. So really thinking about your team satisfaction. Are they happy? In terms of your clients, user satisfaction as well. And you can measure those, for example, by using surveys or really going out and asking the team members. I see that we might be running out of time. So on behalf of Subi, Akanksha and I, we just really love to say thank you so much for having us. And we'd really love to continue the conversation. So if you would like to connect with us, please feel free to reach out to us on LinkedIn. And also Akanksha and I are part of different legal tech communities as well. So if you're interested in discussing more, we would really love to connect. So thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you to all our panelists for such an engaging discussion. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we will take a short break for networking and refreshments. Please enjoy the next 30 minutes and make the most out of the networking opportunity. We'll reconvene at 11:15 a.m. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. Hey, I've got a lot of friends over there. Friends and we always travel back as well. Traveling as well. We do a lot of travel. We did last year. Yes, we haven't done this because of Canada transition.
I request everyone to please come back. We're about to start the second panel discussion of the day.
Give them a chance to introduce. Take it away.
Bring your coffee mugs here. You should go there. Really? No. I don't mind. I don't mind starting the panel, but then there'll be nobody to applaud.
I know, yeah, yeah.
But once they'll hear you, they'll come.
We can, whichever, I mean, fine, either way. Should we all go and check?
Please come there.
Oh, Gurgaon, yeah, yeah. Oh, nice.
Welcome back, everyone. Our next panel discussion is cybersecurity threats and trends, protecting against data breaches. Let's welcome our esteemed panelists, everyone. Our first panelist for this panel discussion is Mr. Tarun Samtani, Advisory Board Member at IAPP. Let's have a huge round of applause, everyone, for Mr. Tarun.
I'll come from there. Yeah.
Our second panelist is Beatrice Ruse Bietu, Head of Global Data Privacy NEC Corporation. Let's have a huge round of applause, everyone, for Ms. Beatrice. Our third panelist is Ms. Priya Mahajan, Head of APAC Public Policy and Regulatory Council at Verizon Enterprise Solutions. Let's have a huge round of applause, everyone, for Ms. Priya. Our fourth panelist is Mr. Frankie Tijoir, Chief Compliance Officer at Evron. Let's have a huge round of applause, everyone, for Mr. Frankie. What is now open?
Good morning, everyone. My name's Tarun. I sort of already, the lady mentioned over there. But so I guess the idea of this panel was to talk a little bit about the cybersecurity threats. And we're going to be discussing a few of them here that really are more relevant. So I was reading a Gartner report the other day, and there was a Gartner specifically report on the cybersecurity trends in this year at least, which highlighted about 6 different key trends. There was the Gen AI, there was the insect
the crown jewels basically that we talk about in the data privacy space. So Verizon has been publishing this report for more than about 17 years. So we started in 2008, and it's been a long journey for us. And the report has evolved in terms of content, in terms of insights. What is really interesting to note is that this year, we have seen a massive rise in terms of security incidents and also data breaches. So for this 2024 report, we've looked at about 30,000 incidents, out of which about 10,000 are actually data breaches. So just the enormity of the data sets that we have analyzed to get to this report is humongous. And thanks to our generous contributors, so we've got contributors from all across the globe, and not only the private sector, but also the public sector, which means the government agencies also contribute to making this data breach investigation report very wholesome. So we've got contributors from 94 countries. Now, moving on to the next slide, which is more about how the threat actors are getting into an organization and what kind of data are they really targeting. So as you can see in this report, they're external actors and they're leveraging a variety of ways and means, vulnerabilities to get into an organization. And this exploitation is actually an initial step to getting into an organization. And it's grown over 180% as per our report. And we also have phishing, we also have credentials that have accounted for about 3.8%, and it is growing year on year. Next slide, please. Some of the other findings that we have arrived at in this report is that more than 2/3 of our breaches that are motivated by non-malicious human elements. So you'll be surprised that behind every data breach, there could be a human connections. Human beings, after all, to err is human, right? So, and these could be mitigated by simple trainings. And that's where the role of in-house counsels is very, very important in ingraining training and awareness and education within the organization and baking security by design approach within your products and services and also our employees. So our data sets has seen a growth in terms of breaches that have involved errors, which is now at 2.8%. And as we broad base our contributor base, we'll see more of that increasing in the next few years. Next slide, please. One of the top trends that I'd want to highlight to all of you, and that would be really, really critical for us, would be that we are seeing a big rise in ransomware. If all of you are following this space, cybersecurity space, you would have seen a few weeks ago, there was a big data breach of a big tech company, and they're yet to kind of come out with an official statement. But needless to say that roughly 1/3 of all the breaches are involving ransomware and extortion. And it's a serious issue. The reason I say that is because these tactics end up not only being in compromise of the jewels of the organization, which is the confidential data, but also sometimes it's also leading to confidentiality issues. It's also leading to reputational outcomes as well. So very, very important. So there's a shift from traditional ransomware to some of the other techniques that these threat actors are kind of deploying to get to the information. Next slide, please. So what exactly is motivating these threat actors? Now, our report indicates that most of these are financially motivated threat actors, and they do it for money. Of course, money makes the mayor go, right? So, they stick to tech tactics and attacks that would give them the most return on their investment. Over the years, we've seen past 3 years, there's a combination of ransomware, as we just saw. There's also extortion happening, which is accounting for almost 2/3, which is about between 5 to 9% and 6.5% of those attacks. And the median loss that any industry would have suffered because of that is about 46,000 US dollars. So this is huge. It has huge impact. As I said, it also has a reputational impact for the organization. Next slide, please. Now, let me drill down to the key aspect today that I wanted to share with all of you, which is a regional spotlight on what are the key trends we are seeing in the Asia Pacific region. Because when we talk about Asia, we think about diverse region where we have different privacy, data protection, cybersecurity laws, and it's difficult for us as a privacy or legal professionals to navigate through all those different regimes. Now, how would data breach investigation help us in navigating all those regimes? So let me go to the next slide, just to give you a comparison on how Asia Pacific as a region is doing in terms of data breaches or in terms of cyber incidents. Next slide, please. So if you really see here, between Asia Pacific, EMEA, and the North American region, I want to call out a few things here. In Asia Pacific, we have basically investigated over 2,000 incidents, out of which about 500 plus are confirmed data breaches. Now, based on this data set, the top patterns that are emerging from a data breach perspective are system intrusions, social engineering attacks. That it could be basic web application attacks. It could be other kinds of breaches as well. Now, who are the people who are basically impacting or attacking the organizations? Mostly these are external actors, and there could be internal actors, which is basically employees of an organization. So primarily 98% of times it's the external actors that are really attacking an organization. Now, what is the motive? We've seen in the previous slides that it's the financial motive that really excites these criminals. But I want to call out that in our investigation, we found out that in the Asia Pacific region, espionage is also one of the key motives that really influences the behaviors of these actors. Any guesses on why, how espionage comes up at 25% in Asia Pacific as a region, while in other regions it's really not really appearing? And the answer to that is the strategic position that this region is and the geopolitical tensions that are emerging, and that's causing a lot of bad actors to kind of get to espionage as a tool to get to the information from the nation states. So overall, what we've just seen that apart from the global trend, where the financial motive is the key motive in the Asia Pacific region, espionage is also one of the key motives for threat actors. Now, what kind of data is getting compromised? Very, very important for us to understand it, because the more we know about the kind of data that is getting compromised, we will be able to anticipate what kind of regulatory regimes are going to emerge. It could be financial data, it could be healthcare data, it could be IT data. And accordingly, as legal professionals, we are able to anticipate what kind of regulatory regime is going to emerge, because policymakers, rightfully so, are really concerned about these rising cyber crimes. So in the Asia Pacific region, what we have seen, the data that is getting more compromised is basically credential data. There are also some internal data, state secrets, as we just discussed, and there are other kind of breaches that are also happening. And with that, what we see that there are some policy considerations that are emerging. And I would divide them in three buckets. One, what we are seeing in this region, we are seeing new data breach notifications emerging in many countries across the region. We have, for example, Singapore, we have the data privacy law in India. And Malaysia is, as we speak, is currently brushing up its data privacy law. So there are many countries that are either coming up with a new Data Protection Act, or they are really brushing up their existing requirements. We're also seeing sector-specific reporting obligations being imposed on providers. For example, banking and financial sector is very heavily regulated, healthcare sector or telecom. Last but not the least, in addition to all these sector-specific requirements, we also have cybersecurity incident reporting obligations. So, so from a compliance perspective, for all of us, it's becoming really murkier. It's becoming very complicated for us to navigate through all these reporting obligations, at the same time making sure that we stay compliant on all these laws. Next slide, please. Now, we've seen that the threat landscape is evolving. The threat actors are really getting ahead in their game. They're very active. So in our report, we've also suggested some controls that organizations could consider to make sure that they are able to have some baseline requirements in place. So I encourage all of you to have a look at it. They're just baseline requirements, and they need to be tweaked in as per the organization's requirements. Which brings me to the last slide. Next slide, please. Now, this morning we started off by saying that why the DBR insights are important for us legal and regulatory professionals. I think first and foremost, it is important for us, all of us, to understand that threat landscape is evolving constantly. And threat intelligence sharing is really at the key on how we can make the world much more safer. So what the DBR really does is basically share threat intelligence information amongst the key stakeholders, and then based on the intelligence that has been shared, asking the key stakeholders to taking the necessary risk mitigation steps for their particular organization. Also staying ahead, keeping abreast of all the challenges, all the data breaches. For us as policy regulatory professionals, we are able to anticipating what is coming on horizon for us from a regulatory, from a policy perspective. For example, if we see a breach happening in the banking sector or a healthcare sector, we'll we can probably anticipate that there could be more regulations coming in that sector. As a result, we can work with the respective policymakers and then inform those discussions and make sure that whatever regulations that are emerging are flexible, are able to accommodate all the changes that are happening in this particular landscape. Particularly for this region, Asia Pacific region, I would say that we have diversity of regimes coming up. I think what really all of us collectively need to also emphasize to the governments is that we really don't need compliance focused models. What we really need in the region and globally as well is a risk-based approach to cybersecurity. And in the previous session also, I think one of our colleagues made a very interesting point about keeping regulation flexible to make it more future proof, right? So I think that was a very good point. Lastly, I think when we share information across the public and the private sector, which is what the data breach investigation report, by the way, does, it strengthens the cyber resilience because it's an effective way of collectively addressing some of the challenges, pressing challenges that our global economy is facing today. So with that, I'll end my presentation. I'm happy to take any questions that you may have. Over to you.
I think I'll leave the questions for the end, really, in that case. So I think that's a really good presentation about the threat landscape itself. What I could potentially gather was one of the key points from there is you really need a close collaboration with your cyber and the security teams as much, because it's all about building that relationship with those individuals so you can help them, guide them, and they can actually help you in return for that to understand exactly what this threat landscape looks like in that respect. I think I'll probably get a bit of a conversation started because we got two more speakers here. So maybe I'll start with Beatrice. From your perspective as the head of privacy for NEC, what do you think are the emerging trends from your perspective in that case?
Thank you so much. Let me change a little bit the scope because we were talking about Asia and this zone. Let me focus on Europe, right? As I'm just coming from the winner, from the European Cup winner country, I think that, to summarize to you very quickly, I think that there are top 5 cybersecurity attacks right now. The first one is the ransomware. I think it's very, very challenging right now for companies to detect and to identify. And it's always the problem of balancing, right? Do companies need to really pay the amount that hackers are requesting for releasing the encrypted data or not? So this is always an open question for many European companies. And we have seen several cases that after the ransomware attack, data is in the dark webs, right? So it's very, very complicated right now. IoT, when I say IoT, it's any kind of devices in the corporate landscape, since the mobile, laptops, network, everything related to companies' assets, vendors, supply chains. I think this is another way of being attacked, and it's quite trendy right now. Companies are aimed to outsource, many of our core activities, and it's getting complicated. Another one, I could say AI, AI has 2 positions. AI is good, and it's always positive to prevent attacks. But at the same time, if AI is not using in a positive way, it can be a huge harm to provoke attacks, cybersecurity attacks. And the last one, the remote work, human errors. I mean, even though companies are trying to be proactive to get a strong framework related to security, I think that as far as we are working remotely, nothing is centralized. There are many gaps in the networking of companies to be attacked. So similar to your report.
Validating what the report said, basically.
That looks like working actually now. Yeah. With my hands, they always work really anyways. Frankie, did you want to add anything on that?
So I put aside my lawyer's hat, right? Because I'm also a techie. So not to repeat what our two ladies have said, maybe just to add on, based on what I personally observed for past 20 years, 2 decades, right, where the technology evolved tremendously. Um, I think those threats that have been mentioned, they're still the same threat. So we're talking about phishing attack, we're talking about ransomware, we're talking about exploiting vulnerabilities, supply chain attack, and so on. But what I want to add on is that we need to understand the world that we are living today with the automation and AI. So what happened is that with the automation, with the AI, there are three consequences. The first consequence is the skill set to launch cyber attack getting lower and lower because anyone with the slight idea, with the strong will, there are a lot of helps in the internet. They can launch attack. So skill set getting lower, and then it comes with the second consequence. There are more people that probably can do that. And the third consequence is that the whole thing become very, very sophisticated because with the help of automation, AI, they can choose the target, they can do a launch, they can launch a very targeted attack. That is the world that we are living today. That's what if I can add to that.
I totally agree with that. Actually, in fact, I was thinking about Gen AI and the ransomware point of view and the phishing aspect of it. Before, at least we could say to our employees that you need to think about the language that they come in and what kind of topics these kind of phishing emails come in. But now it's like even they are using AI anyways. So they're pretty good at grammar. They're pretty good at any translation language really, or whatever they want to use really. So it's become even much more easier in that respect. In fact, I don't know really. We were talking earlier about Priya. You were mentioning about you were mentioning earlier about the tech company that was impacted by a ransomware. In fact, in Singapore, I don't know how many of you know really, very recently, there was a major ransomware attack on a law firm. Does anybody know about that? How many of you would have heard about it? It was very recently, actually. They were kind of, the ransom was asked for about 1.89 million Singapore dollars, I think it was approximately. It was, I wouldn't take the name of it. I was just about to, but I wouldn't take the name of it in that case. Wouldn't be fair of it. So
There was, I think, with the ransomware in particular, what we have also seen is that the emergence of crypto, Bitcoin, has made it much easier for the criminals to really, because there's no traceability there and it is less regulated. So what we really see, while we all of us prefer less regulation, but there are some areas where probably we could call for more regulation because that is really in a way inciting, I would say, or incentivizing the bad actors to use those loopholes to kind of get advantage and seek ransomware. As you just mentioned, one of the big tech companies got impacted, and yeah.
totally agree. And I also agree with the point which Frankie mentioned about how easy it has become to launch these kind of attacks. It's pretty clear now. Maybe I think Frankie, I probably will start with you again on that one actually, because you also mentioned about the supply chain attacks, the third-party risks and stuff. Maybe you want to elaborate a little bit more on that point because that's pretty critical actually, and that was also highlighted in the Gartner report that I mentioned just earlier at the start.
So before addressing that question, just to lighten up the mood a little bit, since you mentioned about the ransomware attack on the Singapore law firm. So as a tech company, whenever I interact with the external counsel, before that incident, I usually ask them if they can give me 5 to 10 minutes to tell them what my company has to offer to the law firm. And normally I don't get more than 3 minutes. But I'm actually quite quote unquote happy after that incident. Now they said, hey, do you have time? Can you tell us more about the product of your company and how that product could actually help the law firm, right? Supply chain attack. Because today we work in the seamless world. uh, skill sets has been quite different. Uh, Earlier before this panel, I like how one of the panelists mentioned that the next time when we are looking at the CV of candidate, we go beyond the core skill set, right? How candidates actually could work with the help of internet, the help of AI, and so on. The joke today is that you can be of anything, you just need mobile phone and internet, right? So because that's how the way people do their work, especially in the tech world. They leverage a lot on external resources, whether it's a commercial resources, whether it's open source. The question is whether people always work with this thing at the back of their mind that there's no free lunch in this world, right? So if they leverage on the external resources, especially the open source, they have to be very, very careful. Uh, Even sometimes the commercial resources is not foolproof from the supply chain attack. So I don't want to go beyond that. Otherwise, probably sounds very, very technical, bearing in mind that more than 95% of the audience are legal professionals. But if there's something that they can bring back from this conversation is when they interact with their colleagues, especially colleagues from the tech department, always think that if the defense, if the cyber defense of the company is so good, if as a legal professionals we have been always involved in scrutinizing all the technology procurement thing about there's another invisible thing that could come in through this supply chain attack. It's not that you want that to be, and that could actually happen.
Totally agree. Maybe Beatrice, do you want to add something on that, or would you?
Not from a technical point of view, yeah, but maybe from a privacy point of view, I think that we are not really monitoring our vendors. I mean, sometimes I just realized that we executed the agreement, yeah, from a commercial point of view, and we include data protection clauses, yeah, in order to protect and to safeguard our data in mostly of the cases. But after we executed the agreements, that's it, right? No one is checking, no one is monitoring, and sometimes we have these lovely clauses that we can exercise, right? Like audits. So audits not always in an official way, yeah, but sometimes we can also use that and exercise those clauses in case we notice, yeah, that something is happening with our data. So not only from a security point of view, also from a data protection point of view, how those vendors, yeah, are really processing our personal data, because at the end it's our asset, and sometimes we are losing the control. Yeah.
That's a very good point on supply chain. I add, I think the regulators are really looking at it from a supply chain perspective. How do they want to drill down to it? A classical example is a Singapore Cybersecurity Act is being amended to add some additional obligations on the suppliers of services. For example, data center service providers or cloud services provider. So to Tarun's point, I think there's an increased focus on going beyond the traditional supply chain to check what are the other areas or loopholes through which the bad actors could get into the organization.
No, thanks, Priya. And I think if I may add on top of that as well, really, I think it's also about when you are advising your clients, potentially, those end user clients need to be thinking about what kind of program, third-party risk management framework that they have in place. You know, given that when they are handing over data to the third parties, what kind of checks, due diligence they're doing on the third parties, that's the first step to think about. Of course, there's a contractual obligations that you can actually embed within your contracts. So that's second aspect of it. But it's also about ongoing monitoring, as Beatrice was mentioning. Pretty much how often do they actually go back and review those controls, whether they still have those controls in place that they initially confirmed that they had it when you did the due diligence of it. That's another aspect of it. Lastly, when you're advising clients, I think it's pretty critical for them to know that when they're offboarding a particular third-party vendor, do they have an offboarding process because a lot of the companies actually miss about it, really. They don't really think about offboarding. The business team might offboard potentially a vendor, but nobody really checks whether all the connections have been deleted, all of the data has been requested to be deleted. Nobody goes back and checks that, really. I think that's pretty critical when you advise your clients actually on those topics. I guess probably we're a little bit short on time, but I might just go a little bit over actually because nobody's come to stop us yet. So maybe one of the last questions I might focus on would be is around what are the key practices or the best practices would you recommend in for responding for a data breach incident?
I would say first, companies needs to understand the regulatory framework, yeah, and the landscape. It's not always cybersecurity laws in APAC than, for instance, the GDPR in Europe. I think that's one of the first steps that all organizations need to take into consideration. Another one, I think that companies need to take advantage of the legal effects. They need to be ahead, right? I know that it's difficult because we are talking about a digital age, yeah, but strong, robust security programs and privacy frameworks that will help, yeah, to avoid data breaches. And the most important one, training. I think that we are missing that part, yeah, on many, many companies. We are receiving trainings, but we are not taking seriously. We just passed on the slides, yeah, because we are all pretty busy and we are not really focused on the content. And I think it's critical to have a strong training program in all organizations.
Totally agree with that. Frankie, do you want to add something on top of that? Maybe, I guess, about the culture or anything of those aspects?
How much time do I have? Okay. Um, I try to keep it short, although actually I want to say a lot of things. Now, I want to start by saying that I'm completely agree that in our company, in our organization, we have to always prepare everyone in the organization with the mindset that data breach or incidents is just a matter of when. So preparedness is very important. But at the same time, I also believe that whatever we do in preventing them will actually make us better in responding. They're not completely detached or different. So when it comes to prevention, I like to have, this is my own theory, right? I call this 3+1. And I've practiced this for past 10 years in 3 different organizations. Quickly, 3+1. That we have to religiously do these 3 things. First, religiously perform our risk assessment. It sounds very, very motherhood statement. We go back to our office, we talk about risk assessment, people close their ears, shut off because they think they know what that is. Now, what that I often see, the 2 extreme frequent mistakes in the risk assessment is that either the people who are responsible for this not involving enough their colleagues because they think that that is my job, or the other opposite, they try to involve as much as possible, but they speak as if this risk assessment is such a difficult methodology. I think that there need to be a middle ground that we tell people that I don't care whether you're a tech guy, whether you're finance, HR, or people from the legal department, all of us are risk agent. There must be avenue for people if they think that this is a risk, even though they probably do not know the methodology, what to do, at least there's avenue for them to register that risk and let the professional will then interpret further. I think this is very important. Second one, religiously test the controls. A lot of people didn't realize actually what is security policy. All those clauses were actually controls. And people only do a auditing to those controls when the auditor about to come. Internally, they don't test. They do not know whether these controls actually work. The third thing is to religiously train our staff. Now, we eat every day. We wash ourselves every day. Why not, keep sending awareness message every day? I think these 3 is very important, +1. GDPR principles, 6, 7 of them. If you ask me which one is the one that really critical, my personal view is data minimization, because the data breach can happen anytime. It's just a matter of time. But if we very disciplined with data minimization, we know that we could somehow reduce that impact should something happen.
Great points, I thought, really, actually. So I think with that, I think I'll close the conversation. I really appreciate Frankie, Priya, and Beatrice sharing their views on this. Thank you so much, everyone, as well, for keenly listening to us. Any other questions? Will be around after this conversation, so feel free to grab us, any of us, and ask any further questions if you like. I'll give the back to him, but thank you so much again, all of you. Please appreciate all of the.
Thank you.
Keeping us on time.
Thank you to Thank you to our panelists for sharing their invaluable insights with us. Next, we have a case study presentation on e-arbitration, the road to be taken. Please welcome Manushi Shah, co-founder at Dispute Resolution Hub. Manushi is a seasoned advocate with over 5 years of comprehensive experience spanning corporate laws, cyber laws, intellectual property laws, civil litigation, criminal law, and other allied legal areas. So let's put a huge round of applause, everyone, for Miss Manushi.
Very good afternoon, everyone. So, to start with, have you ever wondered how we can resolve disputes faster, more efficiently in today's digital age? So, let us imagine a world where complex legal disputes are resolved with a click of a button, without the need for physical presence in the courtroom. As we all know, traditional arbitration has been a long preferred method for resolving disputes due to its flexibility and confidentiality. However, with the recent developments in the digital resolution has paved way for a new era in e-arbitration. So that is where my presentation is. E-arbitration, which is the road to be taken. Can we have the next slide, please? Yeah. So the seat versus venue in arbitration. So the seat of arbitration, we can think about it as a GPS for our disputes. It is nothing but it defines the legal procedural framework for our dispute, whereas the venue is just the meeting place for our arbitration proceedings. Next slide. So the case analysis. So let us imagine a scenario where there are two companies who enter into an agreement, where the seat is decided to be Singapore and venue is decided to be India. But there is a clause in the agreement which says that the exclusive jurisdiction would be Delhi. Next slide. So this is the extract of the arbitration clause which is mentioned in the agreement. So the venue of the arbitration hearings shall be India. So now you must be thinking that I'll be giving you a presentation on the seat and venue of the arbitration. No. Can we have the next slide, please? So my presentation is today about why do we always forget about the unsung hero in the arbitration proceedings, which is the venue. It could be because of the logistics. Travel and accommodation can be a nightmare. We can think of it as if we are planning a birthday party but without a cake. Increased time and stress will be involved for everyone. Other would be time constraint. And obviously, we have seen that litigant parties are always confused where to attend the arbitration proceedings, whether it is a seat or the venue. Next slide, please. Other would be the cost. So some places are just more expensive than others. It is like choosing between a five-star hotel and a conference hall. Obviously, high cost will not allow the smaller businesses from seeking arbitration. And other would be the technology trouble, as we have seen recently in the past panel discussion. There was a technology dispute. So, inadequate technology can lead to disruptions, delay, and inefficiencies in proceedings. And obviously, different venues will have varying levels of technological infrastructure. Jurisdiction juggling. It is a confusion always. It can lead to delay and extra cost, as parties are always trying to figure out which laws applies. Other would be the time zone difference. Next slide, please. So, So here is the solution to all the problems. It is choose dispute resolution hub. So why? The first one would be seamless process. We make arbitration like a happy day. It is not like a marathon. At Dispute Resolution Hub, we streamline everything so that you spend time less in stressing and more in resolving. Other would be the soundproof rooms. So obviously the soundproof rooms are the superhero in any ADR proceedings. With soundproof hearing rooms, you get a focused, secure environment that keeps the drama inside the room where it belongs. So, no more worrying about your secrets being spilled out or distracted by the lawnmower outside. Next is the psychological impact. Obviously, the venue plays a crucial role in the psychological impact in any ADR proceedings. So the choice of the venue will enable in promoting a conducive mindset to resolving the dispute and cooperation. Next is transparency and trust. So there are no mirrors and smokes over here. We pride ourselves in transparency, so you always know what's happening with your case. So after the meeting wraps up, we shoot over the full minutes of the meeting straight to your inbox, keeping things crystal clear. Cost effective solutions. So you can save your money for the victory party. Our affordable services ensure you get the top notch arbitration without breaking the bank. Other would be speedy disposal. As we all know, the disputes have to be resolved within a target of 1 year period of time. So we ensure that your disputes are resolved in a 1 year span of a time. Comfort of sitting at a home office. So in this scenario, there was a technology company in US and there was a software provider in India. So they had a dispute of licensing agreement, which was resolved through e-arbitration within a span of 6 months, unless on the other side, the traditional arbitration system, which takes a span of 1 year. Next slide. So trust us, we have more. Next slide. So to summing up, change does not always have to be a bad thing because if things stay the same forever, sooner or later it will obviously lose its flavor. So let us all switch to e-arbitration rather than following the traditional court of arbitration system. Next slide. So opt for e-arbitration and e-mediation in ADR proceedings and bring the change that is required because justice delayed is justice denied. Slide, please. Thank you. Can we have the AV play?
Welcome to Dispute Resolution Hub. Litigation and commercial disputes can be a serious concern, as they not only add legal costs, but also potentially drain your capital. Are you facing a disagreement with someone? Don't jump straight to court. Here at the Dispute Resolution Hub, we can help you find a solution that works for everyone involved.
So these are the
Dispute Resolution Hub helps litigants find solutions to commercial disputes, saving them time and money and reviving business relationships. Our state-of-the-art facilities for alternative dispute resolution, ADR, the seamless a soundproof room, on-demand recordings, AI-generated minutes of proceedings, dedicated secretarial services, and empaneled arbitrators, mediators, and advocates who strive to resolve disputes efficiently. At the Dispute Resolution Hub, parties can amicably resolve commercial disputes, directors' disputes, and partner disagreements, reviving relationships and allowing them to refocus on their business. What makes us different is our fast track resolution process that helps resolve conflicts quickly and efficiently with ADR. We understand that conflicts should not drag on and impact your business, which is why resolution to your litigation is our priority. We also offer a hybrid mode of proceedings that enables participation of all parties and stakeholders. At the Dispute Resolution Hub, we are committed to resolving commercial disputes every step of the way. Let us know what kind of dispute you are facing, and we can help you determine the best path forward. The Dispute Resolution Hub, best ear to hear for you.
Thank you.
Welcome to
Thank you, Ms. Manushi. Next up, we have a LexTalk speech on China's reforms and achievements in overhauling life sciences regulatory landscape. Please welcome Aaron Gu, partner at Hankun Law Offices for this. Let's have a huge round of applause everyone, for Mr. Gu. Mr. Gu has extensive experience representing various types of companies in the life sciences industry, including renowned multinational pharmaceutical companies, leading Chinese innovative drug and biotechnology companies, and top domestic and international investment institutions. So let's have a huge round of applause, everyone, for Mr. Aaron.
Hi, everybody. Let's take the time for self-introduction first, maybe. So my name is Aaron. I'm from China. I'm based in Shanghai. I used to work at foreign law firms for more than 10 years, including like 3 years at a Swedish law firm and also 8 years in a top Washington, D.C. firm, but all Shanghai offices. I was seconded to D.C. and New York offices of the DC office like right before the pandemic. Actually, when I end my secondment in the US, I directly came to Singapore. So last time when I was here, it was right before the pandemic, October of 2019. So my experience actually as a corporate lawyer, I started my career at a Swedish firm doing general corporate, M&A, all the stuff that everybody is familiar with. But actually, since 10 years ago, I become like enter into a new area. It's called life sciences industry. So if you combine the word like life sciences, China, and law, probably I'm the very unique person, in the world to do that kind of work. So today I'm gonna take the time to, I'm not gonna tell you any like very specialized legal terms or matters because I don't think everybody here is my normal audience like pharmaceutical clients. But I'm gonna tell you some stories about China's reforms
on the regulatory landscape in the life science industry, which actually affect not only Chinese, but also, people in the world. Because innovative drug, medical device, it helps, all human beings in the world. Let me wait a bit for my, okay, that's great. So, yeah, so please help me, next slide, please. Yeah, this is my resume, but I don't want to take time for this. But later, I have my LinkedIn code you can scan later. Next slide, please. So yeah, this is because 2 years ago, I moved from the US firm to the top Chinese firm called Hanquan. Actually, we are the first Chinese firm who having office in Singapore. So I haven't visited them, but I plan to do so during the weekend. So this is our publication since I moved to Hanquan. Next slide, please. This is kind of my current client base, including like multinational pharmaceutical company, medical device, PVC funds, like top TMT, clients are Tencent, Baidu, ByteDance, and also cosmetics, maybe like you're familiar with all these cosmetics clients. Next slide, please. So yeah, so next I'm gonna tell you something about the stories. Next slide, please. Next. So initially, I think I'm lucky because I joined the previous firm, the DC firm, in 2014, and China started to reform the drug and medical device regulatory system 1 year later than that, in 2015. So you can tell, before that, China was a very big generic drug country. So there was very few innovative drugs. But now, after in China, the government issued some circular in 2015 and 17. There are more and more biotech, set up, and many new drugs, started. I think this year or last year, there was a Chinese drug actually approved by US FDA in the US. So it's a landmark. Next slide, please. This is very fun, actually. So in 2015, China at that time, if you want to apply for a new drug, you need to wait for 1 year, not for the application, for the governor to government officials to open your file. You need to, wait for 1 year. So that's what we call drug lag. So you need to wait a lot of time. But China wants to, promote on the innovative drugs. So how they did, they're very smart. They say, okay, you all submit all your clinical trial data to us. We're gonna review, but before our review, please do a self-inspection. If you are confident of the authenticity of the data, you just stay there. We're gonna inspect all of them. But if you're not confident, please withdraw. And in the end, actually, more than 64% of the application has been withdrawn. So then actually gradually there are less, bad application or application with problems. So which reduce government officials' work actually. They're really smart. I have Merck, in respect to their application at that time. And finally, they stay there and they got approval. So yeah, next slide, please. So you can tell from 2015, there was like 22,000 applications pending in the CD, which is China's Center for Drug Evaluation. But in 2019, there's no backlog, which means if you submit your application, they can review them right away. Next slide, please. So this is, you can tell, take drug and medical device as example. There are many new regulations, laws. And actually China is gonna having a new medical device law which is still in progress. And personally, I participate in a lot of legislation work, so including that one. Next slide, please. Next. So you can tell since 2015, there many biotech has been set up by the PVC firm. You know, a lot of scientists, they used to work in European or US, you know, in the big pharmaceutical companies, but then they came back to China to found those kind of companies and make the company listed in either NASDAQ or Hong Kong or China. Next, please. So these are the trend. You can tell, you know, the investment peak was like 2020 and 2021. But since the second half of 2021, actually, the PVC, the investment environment has been, you know, it's turning, you know, worse and worse now. But you can tell from 2016, there are many very good biotech has been listed in NASDAQ and Hong Kong, including Beijing, Zai Lab, Innovent, and Junshi. Next, please. So now the trend actually is a licensing deal, because those pharmaceutical company, they find, okay, China has a lot of good assets in terms of the drug pipeline products, and the valuation has been more and more reasonable. So you can tell all the big pharmaceutical company come to China to license out their assets from the Chinese biotech. And those are the like top 10 deals. The top one is like upfront 9 billion US dollar, and the total value is 84 billion US dollar. That's a huge, huge deal. And most of those are kind of names appear in this section are our clients actually. Next, please. Next. Yeah, so this is a new trend. This January, actually, I've been to San Francisco because there is a JP Morgan Healthcare Conference. It's very famous in our industry. And previously, there's no M&A deal in this industry for China. But since this year, AstraZeneca, Novartis, and some other company like Genmab, also my client, they have purchased Chinese biotech since this year. So this become a trend. There are more and more M&A deal in addition to the licensing deal. Next. I think this is the last slide. So actually, this is very fun, actually. So Hengrui is a traditional Chinese pharmaceutical company. And have you heard of GLP-1? Like the weight loss, you know, drug, you know, make Eli Lilly the top one life sciences company in the world. So they spin off all their GLP-1 weight loss or diabetes pipeline products to a newco company. This newco has been invested by a lot of US firm, and itself still hold like around 20% equity. So this newco in the future can be very flexible. They can license all their technology, their IP to the multinational, or be acquired entirely by the new multinational companies. So that's a trend in China. So actually, I'm having a lot of companies do the spin-off plus licensing deal. And yeah, I think that's my sharing today. Next slide. So if you have anything related to life sciences or China, you can come to me. But if not, no worries, because my firm is a one-stop, you know, full service firm. You know, anything related to China, you know, let me know. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Aaron, for such an insightful session. Next up, we have a panel discussion on the topic blockchain and intellectual property, protecting digital assets. Let's welcome our panelists for the session. Our first panelist is Mr. Rishi Ganeswaran, Head of Legal and Chief Privacy Officer at Yinsen Group of Companies. Let's have a huge round of applause, everyone, for Mr. Rishi Ganeswaran. Just one moment, sir. We arranging the seat. Ladies and gentlemen, the upcoming session is on blockchain and intellectual property, protecting digital assets. Let's welcome our panelists. The first panelist for the session is Mr. Rishi Ganeswaran, Head of Legal Technology and Chief Privacy Officer at Yinsen Group of Companies. Let's have a huge round of applause, everyone, for Mr. Rishi Ganeswaran. The second panelist is Mr. Ezra Tay, Chief Legal and Compliance Officer at Travala.com. Let's have a huge round of applause, everyone, for Mr. Ezra. The third panelist for the session is Mr. Dixon So, Director, Head of Intellectual Property and Intangible Assets Practice, CHP Law LLC. Let's have a huge round of applause for all our panelists, everyone. The stage is now open, sir.
Hi, everyone. So I guess this is probably the last session before lunch, so we'll make it interesting. So the topic for today is, of course, blockchain technology and one of my favorite areas of law, intellectual property. So before we go on into blockchain and all this, I think let's introduce ourselves. So I am Rishi Ganeswaran. I am the head of legal technology and the chief privacy officer for the Instant Group of Companies. We are primarily energy conglomerate and also delving into renewables and green technology as well. So I'll let my colleagues Ezra and Dixon introduce themselves.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for coming. I'm Ezra. I'm a crypto and fintech lawyer. Been in fintech for quite some time, even before it became well known. So have always been dealing with areas of uncertainty when it comes to regulation and product structuring and so on. Something I quite enjoy, and looking forward to having this panel.
Hi, I'm Dixon. So I don't have any other skills. I only do IP. That's the only thing I do for a living. Before I came back to practice, I was officer with IP Office Singapore. So if you guys have read the Singapore IP Strategy 2030, that was part of it was my major work for most of the 2 years in COVID. So I'm here to just weighing a bit on the IP part of blockchain, but these guys are the blockchain experts, so you go to them.
So let's start off with IP itself. Now you have heard of the word intellectual property, and there's a lot of elements that falls under that. And then you have heard something called intangible assets. So what is the key difference, maybe towards Dixon in particular, what is the key difference between intangible assets and the term intellectual property?
Okay. Okay, so I think IP is something we are quite familiar with for most of us, trademark, copyright, patents, and things like that. It has been a age-old industrial term for IP lawyers generally. Intangible assets has been there also, but almost equally long time, but it's more a financial term for most of the time. But increasingly, when you look at IP itself, right, you are looking at IP in a bigger form, how it applies in the commercial world. Simple illustration, we all know trademark, what trademark is, and that's IP. Intangible assets is a wider, softer one, it's called branding. Academically, these are two different assets but if you look at the commercial application itself, they actually work hand in glove. How does it work? If you have a trademark but have not done much branding on it, then basically you're not adding any brand value to it. So valuation will be a problem. But if you are doing a lot of branding, strong branding, but no trademark protection, no legal protection, you are a big magnet for squatters and infringers. So these two come together actually help your company to roll and move generally. So today's world, I think when we look at IP itself, right, we have to look at how IP and IA generally interact within the operational elements of your business.
So what about data? Any kinds of commercial data, trade secrets, trade know-how, would they fall under intangible assets or IP?
Yeah, essentially, let's look at trade secret itself. Trade secret by itself there's a legal definition for it, but it's actually, if you look at it from the asset classification purposes, it's actually more intangible assets. But data itself can be both, right? Raw data by itself is an intangible asset because you don't know what to do with. But data sets, databases itself, they're copyrighted. Yeah.
So anything from you?
I guess in terms of, I mean, obviously that was the framework that we need to put in place, but my role will come in when how you implement blockchain to protect these kind of things. So just a rough overview, blockchain could be used in a variety of ways. And one of the main reasons why we look at blockchain is because it provides a proof of registration or proof of authenticity, which anybody can verify at any time. And nobody can change it on their own unless there is common consensus. So that's usually how the blockchain works. So for instance, if you bought a Rolex watch from Rolex directly, and then you want to sell it at a later date, how would the person know that the Rolex is real? Usually they send it to an authenticator, and then they have to basically like take it apart and to sort of tell whether it's a real Rolex, and then look at the inner detailing and the machining and all that. So that's actually a very difficult process because you can't just like Google whether or not the ID number is legit. You need a very manual process. So blockchain can help in this aspect by allowing the producer of such goods to upload and provide a database on the blockchain, one that would be verified by multiple parties in the supply chain or in the resale market. So I think what Rolex tried to do earlier on was they tried to create their own kind of verification system, like process, where they would actually verify second-handed watches. Yeah, and the next step, if they wanted to take, right, would be to upload all these details onto the blockchain, so that it would be verifiable by anyone at any time, and it cannot be changed. Yeah, and the difference between the weakness of having a centralized blockchain is that somebody could hack into it or amend it, and nobody would know, right? It would be difficult to tell. But then if it's on the blockchain, not one party cannot change it anytime.
I think, yes, you're absolutely right. But I think let's explain to them, because we have discussed what IP, IA is. but we short of like, we also need to explain to all those who are not familiar with the blockchain. So what exactly is blockchain technology? Maybe you can just elaborate on that.
So we usually call it a distributed ledger, right? A ledger is a record. And why is distributed? And is in the sense that it is not controlled by any one person at any one time. So you take the most popular blockchain, Bitcoin, right? The Bitcoin framework was written a number of years ago, I think almost 10 years ago now. But it cannot be amended by any one party at any one time. Everybody that is processing transactions and running the blockchain has to agree with changes. So if let's say the blockchain is going to be upgraded, all of the miners, meaning the processing centers, people who are helping to process the transactions, have to agree on what is the change, what are the changes to be made. So everybody has to come to consensus that, okay, we are going to upgrade the blockchain in this manner. All of us will process this and we all agree. Yeah. And if let's say there were parties who do not agree, then it would not work out. It will not work out because not one person has control at any time. It's not really like Ethereum, where it's a bit more centralized, where they can sort of make a hard fork and change the blockchain without so much of needing people to agree. So what happened actually was Ethereum moved into a different form of processing method, which is called what we call proof of stake, and there used to be proof of work. In the past, Ethereum used to be mined by machines, machines that basically uses a lot of electricity, and they uses a lot of graphic processing units. So when Ethereum did that, the miners actually wanted to, they actually rebelled and wanted to stop processing the transactions. But they were able to basically convince the miners not to do that and still upgrade it anyway. So that is one difference between what is centralized and what is not so centralized.
Okay, so let's talk about the application of how this blockchain will come into play in respect of the various industries that we are relevant with. Let's start with Dixon. Maybe in terms of the industries that you are involved in, how much of a play would blockchain be applicable?
I think at the moment, as far as IP is concerned, blockchain is rather important in the creation of assets itself. Mainly, let's look at creative media. It's easier to understand. Traditionally, the person will start building certain things, coding for the game features, writing a story, building certain copyright on their own. But this is the core assets of the industry, right? You don't really know who is doing what at the point, and how do you attribute rights, especially when there are changes to things. Like for example, if you have, let's say, have contractors doing it for you, as for 2020 itself, the copyright law has changed in Singapore, whereby the creators own the creation even in a work contract as a freelance work contractor. So by able to actually track all those, right, you will know all the gaps where you need to close up. And so when you actually deploy them as a commercial product, you are basically more assured that this basically has been, all the cleansings have been done. You are unfettered by any other people's rights before you go in, and you give confidence to it, especially when you are a licensor licensing it to other countries, for example. So I think that this is one of the things I can look at. Yeah.
How about Ezra, in your industry, how does blockchain come into play?
So I've always been a finance lawyer, starting from banking and now in fintech. So not directly related to, although we do get involved in some IP. Yeah, we always have to register trademarks, right?
Yeah.
How I think, I mean, without going into the wider aspect of how blockchain applies across the board, which is be too wide to discuss. There are ways in which blockchain can protect intellectual property in all the ways that we currently protect it, actually. So in trademarks, as patents, even trade secrets. I think Dixon was talking about it the other day, about how it can use to demonstrate that a trade secret was invented or registered, started on it.
Yeah, along those lines itself, trade secret is still a bit iffy. I mean, conceptually, it does work. When you lock it out of a box, you lock it in, and this is a trade secret will go. Or basically, when you are in a situation, it's something I designed for a client recent enough. We it's basically about confidential information.
Yes.
So you run the chain, everything else. The idea of having a blockchain in is that when you are sharing certain technical information with the other side in collaboration itself, right? The ledger system, useful because lock it in. You cannot say you have no access, and I know who access to it, right? If it's breach out, there is very little possibility that it goes beyond that. So what it means is that it doesn't help you to be very successful very quickly in a full-on court session, but you can at least get an ex parte injunction done pretty quickly based on that.
That's the issue that I feel a bit uncomfortable with. Okay, the fact that all of this information is in a kind of a ledger kind of profile. Now, confidential information is one thing. Trade secret, let's say my entire formula is there. Would I want to put it up on a blockchain? If it's leaked, yeah, I can get all the injunctions you want, but I'm screwed for life. So how do you justify that?
So on on this, right? The what has been currently discussed is that it would be sort of encrypted, or you only provide the metadata of the substance of your trade secret. So anybody who can see it doesn't understand what is it about. But it is more or less used to prove to the court or any tribunal having jurisdiction that this existed at this time, and this is the public information, although not people would not be able to understand it. So the key to deciphering it is not available publicly, but the record is.
I see. So it's not everything is in the ledger itself. It's more like
it's basically like you hack into a tech company's database, and the whole thing is encrypted. So there's no value. You don't understand what it's saying.
I think also another thing is that when we look at trade secret, right, it will be misunderstood position if you look at trade secret as one piece of work. It's multiple pieces anyway, right? So when you lose one piece, right, whether it's a big piece, it's up to you. It's just like our clients who go to OEM, you never go to one. You got 3 or 4 of them, right? So break it up a bit. Yeah.
Okay. So when we talk about blockchain, we also have to talk about something else called smart contracts. Now, so how do you deal with such smart contracts when it comes to IA and IP? When you're dealing with such parts of IA and IP, how efficient is smart contracts, or how is your experience in dealing with smart contracts? Because I personally have not dealt with smart contracts. I'm not sure if either of you have been familiar with that.
Yeah. I think smart contract is still at the developmental stage. Conceptually, it works. I mean, a lot of things in law we know. Conceptually, academically, it works very well in the logic circuit. But when you want to apply to it, I think it comes to the point where you're only dealing with contracts that are very predictable and very, very narrow or almost no room for negotiation. Your health insurance, for example, right? Maybe the bill, I mean, the shipping process, I think those works pretty well because these are very standard and they only run on a certain dimension and qualify in terms of the table. But when it comes to something more fluid, like for example, game licenses itself, right? There are more elements that are moving itself. Of course, the ledger part, you can look at all the versioning and who agrees to what. But is that a more efficient way? That's where it comes from. The tool works, but for game lawyers like myself, right? Does it really work? I would say it works to a certain extent. It locks on the commitment, but generally, I still prefer the old way of negotiation for those kind of contract. Yeah.
So in terms of IP protection, I suppose it would be fair to say that the current method is dependent on each jurisdiction's own IP database and own IP authorities to sort of do the research, check to make sure there's nothing similar, allow opposition. It's very, very slow. It's very, very slow. And it's very manual. And a lot of it is sort of based on, is your IP lawyer or your IP registration company on the ball enough to know that when there is something coming that is a potential opposition or potentially similar, would you actually oppose? So if your firm or your registration company doesn't know, right, then it might just go through sometimes, and then you have to oppose later after the registration goes through, which is a bit more difficult, right? So this system is very inefficient, okay, and is very inaccurate. It's not very accurate. I would say it's not very accurate. Yeah, at least for trademarks. And I think for patents it's a little bit better, but for trademarks it's quite poor. Yeah. So how we can avoid this kind of inefficiency? I don't think blockchain kind of solves the whole problem altogether, actually. I think using AI may help. Yeah, it may help too, especially in the process of identifying what is similar and whether or not the original registration should be notified to oppose or maybe oppose automatically, something like that. So there's a lot of areas in which that process can be improved. But in terms of blockchain, I think blockchain will only help by providing more access, easier access. Although I think the current system is, in terms of finding out if there's a similar mark, it really is very manual. Basically, is you use your own eyes to look. You go through the list and you see for yourself what is similar and what is not. So it's a lot of, it's not very, it's a lot of personal judgment. Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm just looking at all the various practical applications of possible blockchain, let's say patents, trademarks. I mean, from the top of my head, let's say I can perhaps do some infringement issues. Maybe you can clearly, it's clear on the ledger, right? Or maybe proof of use. So in terms of patents, for example, what are the usefulness of using blockchain technology?
Oh, actually, again, it's actually the creation of the assets by itself. So I share an example in terms of copyright and things like that. Now you're talking about collaboration. Collaboration is obviously a sticky affair, right? Especially you want to slice certain things away from each other, which happen at the end of collaboration anyway. So you need to lock in what was created at a certain point and all the milestone meetings and all this. So it's a very good project management tool. At the end, right, to determine who has what right to a certain extent over the IP assets, right? The normal general thing, if I'm getting lazy, right, I'll just go, okay, let's have joint ownership, right? There are other problems. It's easy to get that agreement agreed among the parties. But in collaboration, whereby parties have very specific duties to develop certain of their background IP into certain foreground IP to merge, that blockchain structure, right, will be able to actually inform the party on where are we going with this one.
Okay. But okay, besides patents, maybe other aspects of law like copyright and trademarks, any other applications in terms of those realms of IP?
Like I think like trademark is another thing itself. Very often, like some places like Philippines, US, they have this structure called the declaration of use. So you just declare them. So it's a blank declaration. No one really checks, to be very frankly. But let's say you are able to log in into a system whereby to check, so you can actually thin down the trademark in the registry, because there are a lot of people that actually trademark doesn't use. Right. The other one is also when you challenge someone actually when you validate your mark, or sorry, want to revoke your mark based on non-use itself. If you're able to record your that your mark has been used in these places for marketing and everything else, right? And by that, right, I think that will give you an easier way, right, to chase off the challenges. Yeah.
So how about you, Ezra? Any?
I was just thinking about how poor is like copyright protected actually. Yeah, because in the past, IP lawyers used to say, "Oh yeah, you post the letter to yourself just to prove that this is what you invented. This is your."
That was when I entered the industry. We don't no longer do that.
Yeah. So actually, right, there like even in many jurisdictions, there's no centralized database. In certain jurisdictions only. So I was thinking, right, if actually there is a user managed kind of copyright system where you basically just upload and file to show that this is what you've created, you could probably mask half of it, but at least the public ledger would show that this is what you made, right? Actually, if this could actually improve copyright protection, because right now it's quite poorly protected. For music it's good, but for other things it's very bad. Yeah. That's why people always end up using other people's art and they don't even know.
These things are things that keep me alive. Don't take it away from me. But I agree with you. I think copyright itself does have more. Because if you look at most of the aggrieved parties in copyright dispute, right, they are much more less resourced, right? They need something that give them at least a chance to negotiate or mediate into a favorable settlement where they get some benefit and everything else. No one said they need to go to the court all the way, but they must be able to give them something that can arm themselves to at least have a conversation on the balance table. That's how I look at it.
Now, that's one thing that caught my attention. You see, we have a singular technology blockchain, or maybe we're using smart contracts, but we are dealing with different jurisdictions with varying thresholds of IP management, protection, and laws. Now, is it possible that we could have a smart contract or some kind of blockchain ledger that would have difficulty when we're doing cross-transactional issue, like cross-jurisdictional issue? I mean, when I'm talking about maybe I'm dealing with American law, Chinese law, or European law, and any issues that because of the different jurisdiction we are dealing with, under a singular platform technology, any issues have you guys encountered so far?
I'm not sure you agree with me. Like, this is a Web 3.0 question.
So, it really depends on whether or not the jurisdiction's court recognizes the ledger. Because it could very well be a situation where they say, oh, no, only ours is valid. Anything else is not valid.
So how about any real life practical experiences in your day-to-day prior experience that you have dealt with when you're dealing with blockchain technology involving IP? Any interesting cases that you guys like to cite?
I think there's two. Is one was a former client. Actually not a former, still client. Yeah. They are basically they do adult figurines, right? So they are very big into that. So like the Rolex story, same thing. They use blockchain, right, to verify. And by verifying through the blockchain ledger, right, they actually kept the value of the collectible, right? I always have this joke with my friend that's like, you are in the business of adult toys, literally. So that's one thing. And they actually also use blockchain, right, to actually organize the IP they actually license in from like Netflix, Walt Disney, Warner Brothers, and things like that, and did this immersive event exhibition, whereby through the blockchain application, they actually immerse into the experience of looking at different movie sites. So that's one. The other one may be more practical for us in IP itself. I was at Atlanta for a meeting recently for the International Trademark Association meeting, and a lot have been talking about how blockchain could pretend, or why AI blockchain essentially, how does it affect the trademark filing processes, right? For most of us, it's like at a certain point itself, right, when we move up the leadership chain, right, a lot of baseline work are still required. Right now, most of the work for trademark filing is actually done by paralegals and secretaries, right? So that's done. But how do you make sure that each process is being adhered to? The ledger tells you that, right? You miss a step, right? We don't know where it is. So it's not so much to find fault, but actually look at where the gaps are and correct them. Because by you do basically do cross-examination of all the ledgers at different time, right? You will see that there's a different gap. And if you fix the problem, that gap will go away. Like the data will give you some insights to it. That's to me the two applications I can see in commercial.
I actually want to ask you this question. So, one of the best ways to use blockchain for IP protection is in terms of for enforcement, right? And proving that this was done at this time. So,
Okay,
what
fair.
will you say about that?
The issue is this: blockchain ledger is, as what we discussed, it is not universally accepted as evidence of infringement or use. So, given that as a background setting, how are you going to submit to court saying that this is sufficient evidence that you have infringed? Do you have anything more beyond that? I think that is the kind of questions that I will shoot back at you, right? And also, it involves coding, right? So what if there's a flaw? It's what is a human error involved in maybe he failed to recognize a certain insertion in the ledger or deletion in the ledger? How do you then show that, okay, this is 100% proof evidence of me infringing it? So that is where I would come from. For you guys? Or are you so confident that no, it's 100% Rishi? That
No,
always it's not flawed at all. It's a perfect system.
Yeah, actually, you just hit a very interesting spot in my mind also, in a sense. The standard evidence requirement in each country can differ. At the moment, we don't really see that as a uniform application in actually new technology itself. Some of the old concept may work, right? But if you, let's say in Singapore itself, because Singapore is an inclusionary system, right? Everything is thrown into the for judge to assess and weigh them accordingly. So they may be omitted. But in Australia, where I started, that's going to be thrown out because what is that? Is it recorded or is it hearsay? That will be the first position to start in the litigation like that. So that means, right, different, you're right, other than recognizing, right, the rules of evidence, right, could be quite different in every different countries, and sometimes even in the same country, different courts, right? Like the administrative court in courts in New Zealand and Australia, they don't follow the strict rule of evidence, whereas you go to magistrate court and above, no, sorry, district court and above, they will require you to do so. So it depends on where you start.
So I think one of the final questions I'm going to ask is this. So blockchain is here, but where is it going according to you? Like from Singapore IPOS, I know you are from IPOS, and how is IPOS and maybe Singapore in general heading towards in terms of, let's say, use of blockchain or even AI in the management of IP and IA?
So I think if you guys, as I mentioned earlier, the Singapore IP Strategy 2030 was released a couple of years ago. One of it is actually talking about the registry of the future, which is actually what we are talking about just a moment ago. Using AI and also blockchain, right, to run through the processes to make prosecution more efficient, more effective, right? And if you look at the changes in the, I think it's called IPOS Digital Hub now, you can see quite a fair bit of changes in how the form respond and react with the system to actually capture like filing time, because IP rights are very time sensitive itself. They literally time sensitive. So that 1-2 minute right could basically determine whether your patent or trademark is defeated. So that's what I think that's the starting point. I think the development is there, and what more I understand from my ex-colleague, they are still developing it very, very passionately. And I think in the next few months, you will see actually, 4 more things are being introduced. And with that itself, you'll see that now there's IPOS Go, which is actually in your app itself, where you can do trademark searches literally on your phone. And that could not be possible without all this technology behind it.
That's right.
To ask you, right? How safe do you think are the registries' protection in terms of globally, like in terms of trademark registry, patent registry, like how safe are their databases? How accurate are they? Is there ever a chance that it could be edited or hacked? Could there be like some kind of internal issue in terms of the registry itself that adds in or deducts something that they should not have done? Is that something that has been seen before?
I think during my time there, we were at a starting point of developing the system. So I think those are things already being considered. I thought when they're building the system, there'll be something to do. But all of us here will know, right? Technology is technology, right? There's nothing called bulletproof. But I think for my ex-colleague, I think as far as is possible technologically and whatever they are doing now, from wherever they can see the problems that already lies out in the world, I think they have taken account of it.
I think there's something that I chatted with Dixon earlier on privately, so maybe I'll just share it in this panel. Now, how do you feel that now currently law firms or even in-house counsel like myself, we are still not well-versed in the use of blockchain in our day-to-day runnings and all that? What is stopping us from embracing blockchain technology? And what are the pros? And of course, what are the cons of dwelling into blockchain technology, into not only management of IP, but other aspects of our legal management or law firm related advice to clients?
I think it's a twofold question. Number one, business like to find readily recognizable audiences. So people like you hit the jackpot, finance go, right? That's where all the focus is going in, right? And things like that. Where law firm is, because essentially there's two things. One, we are quite stingy, so we are no good market for them to go into, right? They look at so much effort, right, to get this one file, no point, right? This one thing. So we are not the target. So there are not a lot of readily addressable solution being geared towards us. That's number one. Number two, also because for us, if you think about it, it's like we still have to figure out, right, what are the stable lines within our work itself, right? We just have a chat. It's like our phone is 24/7 for good reason. Sometimes you switch it off, but it rings on itself. So I think my phone is being hacked at the moment. So the thing is that there's so many moving parts to things, right? So where are the things that actually you can look at? Maybe for more stable processes like trademark applications, conveyancing, maybe. These are places where the rules are set and things are quite okay. But if you look at the general legal advisory work, for example, I think most of us here can sit down, we sit here can agree that advisory work just don't really have a model. they have a thinking model, but it's not a delivery model. These are two different things. Yeah.
So,
So that's a very good question, right? For every technology, it kind of actually follows a bell curve pattern. When it's young, right, the adoption is actually very slow. And then after that, it hits a curve, like a certain rate. And then at the point, it plateaus. And then after that, it gets replaced by newer technology. And then people stop using that. So last time we used to use home phones. Who still use a home phone now? Right? So blockchain is still very early in its attempt to prove itself as a valuable technology. Whereas AI kind of started a bit earlier than that, and a lot more effort was put into it. Not as much resources was put into cryptocurrency. Although currently everyone is kind of shocked by how much attention it gets from the speculative the market, and is actually proving more to be a asset for speculation as opposed to a technology for use. So that is the problem with blockchain and crypto, right? It is still in the process of proving itself, and it has not done that yet. For certain things, we know it will work, but nobody actually is really so much interested in getting it to be used. Whereas for AI, it's the total opposite, right? The moment ChatGPT wowed everybody, right? All the companies, all the MNCs were like, we need to do this number one priority right now. Everything also AI. Right now, you have AI on your WhatsApp, you have AI on your Facebook, you have AI on a number of apps that we have on our phone. It's been injected by a variety of companies because they actually see that, oh, wow, this actually changes the service. So in terms of how blockchain would be integrated into our current technologies, I think we still have to see how it works out. I do see the value, but it's more of the problem that the industry isn't really on board as of now. Yeah.
I like the one about telephone, home telephone. I still have a fax machine in my office. I'm not sure what to do with it.
Still got fax, huh?
I hardly use. I never use it.
So I think let's just finish this panel discussion off with the last question. So any advice for any upcoming young IP practitioners in relation to how they can look at blockchain and related technologies in their career growth? What would be your advice?
My previous supervisor in Gold Coast, Scott Pearson, will always say this: embrace change. Right? He's the one who was really stubborn about it, but he just said embrace change. I think young practitioner today has more option than us when we graduated, and they have all more than that. They can look at, I mean, they shouldn't be just looking at blockchain or any technology associated with it as a purely legal endeavor journey. It could be a lot of things, right? They could be the guy who actually create that blockchain the lawyers needed. I don't know, right? They should again look at possibility rather than just going through that. Okay, I'm graduating now. I'm looking at blockchain and how law firm going to work with it. Then there will be a missed opportunity. That's how I look at it.
That's right. Graduates.
I actually think that young people are very informed, and I interview, I hire the Gen X people, right? No, Gen Y after me. Sorry, Gen Z. I'm millennial, so I'm actually Gen Z. Yeah, I actually lost count on my own number. I'm a millennial, so I interview, I hire Gen Z people, and they are very informed with technology. They know what is crypto about. They know what is blockchain. They can tell you how AI works. Yeah, they can tell you what is a LLM, a large language model. So it's very impressive how on board they are with technology because that's what they grew up with, right? It's like so familiar to them. And you see kids like maybe 3 years old, they already know how to use the iPad, know how to use the smartphone. So they are very much in the technology generation. So it will only improve from there. And the sky is the limit. Right. If you look at what Apple just developed recently, like the VR thing, is the correct. Is more than VR. It's actually what's that word? Some AR, yeah. So in the future, right? If everybody might start walking around with lenses and then they can see the. So you might actually be on a video call with somebody, but you cannot see because it's inside. So we don't know how things are going to turn out, right? But the fact is that technology is improving and like super fast speed, and very soon we will start to see things, more and more things that would blow your mind.
So thanks for that, Ezra and Dixon. So that's the end of our panel session. Thanks for having us here and hope to looking forward to a good lunch. If you have any further questions, feel free to approach us. Thank you very much.
Young leaves, I cannot.
Thank you to all our panelists for their valuable contributions. Ladies and gentlemen, we are heading towards the lunch break now. Please enjoy your meal and take this time to have the maximum of networking. So we will reconvene at 2 p.m. Till then, keep going, keep networking.
Ready? 3, 2, 1, smile. Okay, thank you.
It's okay. Just go ahead. Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
Three, two, one, and smile. One more. Three, two, one, smile. Look here. Okay.
Thank you.
If you want some, like, you can take their pictures.
Okay, just go.
Okay, just
Yeah.
go.
Ready?
Good.
Okay, closer a bit.
Good.
Yes. Then one person will get here and we.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah. Nice one. Thank you. Okay.
Good.
Ready? Three, two, one, smile. One more. Okay.
Thank you.
I think you would not say no to me.
Oh, you
The
want-
picture, yeah? How are you?
Okay, I'm good. I'm good. I'm good. Okay, just, just 2 minutes, dear. But okay. Yeah.
Yes. Thank you. Okay, ready? Three, two, one, smile. One more. Three, two, one. Okay.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you very
Oh,
much.
Dr. Mokta. Okay. Come on, Dr. Mokta. Okay, let's go. Let's go.
All right.
You want to join me? Come. Here, here. Having time. Let's go. All right, yeah.
Yes, thank you. Three, two, one, smile. Okay, nice.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Oh, okay, okay. Okay, let's go.
Yeah.
Come this.
Oh.
Yeah. You were here, okay, okay. Oh. Gilbert, excuse this. Excuse this. Yeah. Okay, so you want to.
I say, oh, okay. Okay, three, two, one, smile. You hold on for camera. Ready, three, two, one, smile. One more. Three, two, one, smile. Okay, thank you so much. Thank you. All right. Okay, ready? Three, two, one, smile. One more. Three, two, one. Okay. Okay, so well. You will do with the back. Yeah. Oh. Where is Beatrice?
Welcome to Dispute Resolution Hub. Litigation and commercial disputes can be a serious concern, as they not only add legal costs, but also potentially drain your capital. Are you facing a disagreement with someone? Don't jump straight to court. Here at the Dispute Resolution Hub, we can help you find a solution that works for everyone involved. Dispute Resolution Hub helps litigants find solutions to commercial disputes, saving them time and money and reviving business relationships. Our state-of-the-art facilities for alternative dispute resolution, ADR, offer seamless online and offline proceedings, a soundproof room, on-demand recordings, AI-generated minutes of proceedings, dedicated secretarial services, and empaneled arbitrators, mediators, and advocates who strive to resolve disputes efficiently. At the Dispute Resolution Hub, parties can amicably resolve commercial disputes, directors' disputes, agreements, reviving relationships and allowing them to refocus on their business. What makes us is our track resolution process helps resolve conflicts and efficiently with ADR. We understand that conflicts should not drag on and impact your business, which is why resolution to your litigation is our priority. We also offer a hybrid mode of proceedings that enables participation of all parties and stakeholders. At the Dispute Resolution Hub, we are committed to resolving commercial disputes every step of the way. Let us know what kind of dispute you are facing, and we can help you determine the best path forward. The Dispute Resolution Hub, best ear to hear for you.
Okay. Yeah, so mention.
Can I?
Okay. One more. All right.
Dispute resolution. Litigation and commercial disputes can be a serious concern, as they not only have assets, but also potential don't jump straight to court. Here at the Dispute Resolution Hub, we can help you find a solution that works for everyone involved. Dispute Resolution Hub helps litigants find solutions to commercial disputes, saving them time and money,
Nice. Okay.
and building business relationships. resolution, ADR, offers seamless online and offline
This is the time, perfect time.
and delivered dynamics, AI-generated minutes of proceedings, dedicated secretary services, and empowered arbitrators, mediators, and advocates who strive to resolve disputes efficiently. At the Dispute Resolution Hub, parties can amicably resolve commercial disputes, directors' disputes, and partner disagreements, reviving relationships and allowing them to refocus on their business. What makes us different is our fast-track resolution process that helps resolve conflicts quickly and efficiently with ADR. We understand that conflicts should not drag on and impact the business, which is why resolution to your litigation is our priority. We also offer a hybrid mode of proceedings that enables participation of all parties and stakeholders. At the Dispute Resolution Hub, we are committed to resolving commercial disputes every step of the way. There is no one kind of dispute we are facing, and we can help you determine the best path forward. The Dispute Resolution Hub, best here to happen. Litigation and commercial disputes can be seriously as they not only are legal costs, but also potentially legal liability. Other cases of disagreements can jump straight to court. Here at the Dispute Resolution Hub, we can help you find a solution that works anywhere in the world. Dispute Resolution Hub helps litigants find solutions to commercial disputes, saving their time and money. Involved business relationships, a state-of-the-art facilities for alternative dispute resolution in seamless online and offline disputes, a sound-proof room, on-demand recordings, AI-generated minutes of proceedings, dedicated secretary services, and empaneled arbitrators, mediators, and advocates who strive to resolve disputes efficiently. At the Dispute Resolution Hub, parties can amicably resolve commercial disputes, directors' disputes, and partner disagreements, reviving relationships and allowing them to refocus on their business. What makes us different is our fast-track resolution process that helps resolve conflicts quickly and efficiently with ADR. We understand that conflict should not drag on and impact the business, which is why resolution to your litigation is our priority. We also offer a hybrid mode of proceedings that enables participation of all parties and stakeholders. At the Dispute Resolution Hub, we are committed to resolving commercial disputes every step of the way. There is no what kind of dispute you are facing, and we can help you determine the best path forward. The Dispute Resolution Hub, best here to help you. Don't jump straight to what? Here at the Dispute Resolution Hub, we can help you find a solution that works for everyone involved. Dispute Resolution Hub helps litigants find solutions to commercial disputes, saving them time and money, and provide business relationships. A state-of-the-art facilities for alternative dispute resolution offer seamless online and offline decisions. The start on-demand recordings, AI-generated minutes of proceedings, dedicated secretarial services, and internal arbitrators, mediators, and advocates who strive to resolve disputes efficiently. At the Dispute Resolution Hub, parties can amicably resolve commercial disputes, directors' disputes, and local disagreements, providing relationships and allowing them to refocus on their business. What is different is our fast-track resolution process that helps resolve conflicts quickly and efficiently with ADR. We understand that conflicts should not drag on and impact your business, which is why resolution to your litigation is our priority. We also offer a hybrid mode that enables participation of all parties and stakeholders. At the Dispute Resolution Hub, we are committed to resolving commercial disputes every step of the way. Let us know what kind of dispute you are facing, and we can help you determine the best path forward. The Dispute Resolution Hub, best care to help you. Potentially drain your capital. How is there a disagreement with it? Don't jump straight to what? Here at the Dispute Resolution Hub, we can help you find a solution that works for everyone involved. Dispute Resolution Hub helps litigants find solutions to commercial disputes, saving them time and money, and providing business relationships. Our state-of-the-art facilities for alternative dispute resolution, ADR, offer seamless online and offline proceedings, a soundproof room, on-demand recordings, AI-generated minutes of proceedings, dedicated secretarial services, and empaneled arbitrators, mediators, and advocates who strive to resolve disputes efficiently. At the Dispute Resolution Hub, parties can amicably resolve commercial disputes, directors' disputes, and partner disagreements, providing relationships and allowing them to refocus on their business. What makes us different is our fast-track resolution process that helps resolve conflicts quickly and efficiently with ADR. We understand that conflicts should not drag on and impact your business, which is why resolution to your litigation is our priority. We also offer a hybrid mode of proceedings that enables participation of all parties and stakeholders. At the Dispute Resolution Hub, we are committed to resolving commercial disputes every step of the way. Let us know what kind of dispute you are facing, and we can help you determine the best Here at the Dispute Resolution Hub, we can help you find a solution that works for everyone involved. Dispute Resolution Hub helps litigants find solutions to commercial disputes, saving their time and money, and revising business relationships. Our state-of-the-art facilities for alternative dispute resolution, ADR, offer seamless online and offline proceedings, a sound-proof room, on-demand recordings, AI-generated minutes of proceedings, dedicated secretarial services, and empowered arbitrators, mediators, and advocates who strive to resolve disputes efficiently. At the dispute resolution, parties can adequately resolve commercial disputes, directors' disputes, and partner disagreements, providing relationships and allowing them to refocus on their business. What is different is our fast-track resolution process that helps resolve conflicts quickly and efficiently with ADR. We understand that conflicts should not drag on and impact your business, which is why resolution to your litigation is our priority. We also offer a hybrid mode of proceedings that enables participation of all parties and stakeholders. At the Dispute Resolution Hub, we are committed to resolving commercial disputes every step of the way. Let us know what kind of dispute you are facing, and we can help you determine the best path forward. The Dispute Resolution Hub, best care to care for you. Dispute resolution. Litigation and commercial disputes. Potentially drain your energy. Conflicts in the disagreement process. Don't transfer to court. Here at the Dispute Resolution Hub, we can help you find a solution that works for everyone involved. Dispute Resolution Hub helps litigants find solutions to commercial disputes, saving them time and money, and reviving business relationships. Our state-of-the-art facilities for alternative dispute resolution, ADR, offer seamless online and offline proceedings, a sound-proof room, on-demand recordings, AI-generated minutes of proceedings, dedicated secretarial services, and empowered arbitrators, mediators, and advocates who strive to resolve disputes efficiently. At the Dispute Resolution Hub, parties can adequately resolve commercial disputes, directors' disputes, and partner disagreements, providing relationships and allowing them to refocus on their business. What is different is our fast-track resolution process that helps resolve conflicts quickly and efficiently with ADR. We understand that conflicts should not drag on and impact your business, which is why resolution to your litigation is our priority. We also offer a hybrid way of proceedings that enables participation of all parties and stakeholders. At the Dispute Resolution Hub, we are committed to resolving commercial disputes every step of the way. Let us know what kind of dispute you are facing, and we can help you determine the best path forward. Here at the dispute resolution level, we can help you find a solution that works for everyone involved. Dispute resolution hub helps litigants find solutions to commercial disputes, saving them time and money, and reviving business relationships. Our state-of-the-art facilities for alternative dispute resolution, ADR, offer seamless online and offline proceedings, a soundproof room, on-demand recordings, AI-generated minutes of proceedings, dedicated secretarial services, and empowered arbitrators, mediators, and advocates who strive to resolve disputes efficiently. At the dispute resolution hub, parties can actively resolve commercial disputes, directors' disputes, and other disagreements, providing relationships and allowing them to refocus on their business. What makes us different is our fast-track resolution process that helps resolve conflicts quickly and efficiently with ADR. We understand that conflicts should not drag on and impact your business, which is why resolution to your litigation is our priority. We also offer a hybrid mode of proceedings that includes participation by at the dispute resolution hub. The resolving commercial disputes every step of the way. Best AI delivered. Litigation and commercial disputes can be serious concern, as they not only add legal costs, but also potentially drain your capital. How about facing a disagreement with someone? Don't jump straight to court. Here at the dispute resolution hub, we can help you find a solution that works for everyone involved. Dispute resolution hub helps litigants find solutions to commercial disputes, saving them time and money, and reviving business relationships. Our state-of-the-art facilities for alternative dispute resolution, ADR, offer seamless online and offline proceedings, a soundproof room, on-demand recordings, AI-generated minutes of proceedings, dedicated secretarial services, and empowered arbitrators, mediators, and advocates who strive to resolve disputes efficiently. At the dispute resolution hub, parties can adequately resolve commercial disputes, directors' disputes, and counter disagreements, providing relationships and allowing them to refocus on their business. What makes us different is our fast-track resolution process that helps resolve conflicts quickly and efficiently for everyone. We understand that conflicts should not drag on and impact your business, which is why resolution to your litigation is our priority. We also offer a hybrid mode of proceedings that enables participation by all parties and stakeholders. At the dispute resolution hub, we are committed to resolving commercial disputes every step of the way. Let us know what kind of dispute you are facing, and we can help you determine the best path forward. The Here, the dispute resolution hub, we can help you find a solution that works in your life. Dispute resolution hub helps litigants find solutions for commercial disputes, saving them from providing business relationships, saving on facilities for intelligent dispute resolution in serious online and offline disputes, a sound review, on-demand recordings, AI-generated minutes of proceedings, dedicated secretary services, and consultant arbitrators, mediators, and advocates who strive to resolve disputes efficiently. At the dispute resolution, companies and entities or commercial disputes, directors disputes, and worker disagreements, providing relationships and allowing them to refocus on their business. What makes this different is our fast-track resolution process that helps resolve conflicts quickly and efficiently with AIDA. We understand that conflicts should not drag on and affect your business, which is why resolution to your litigation is our priority. We also offer a hybrid mode of proceedings that enables participation of all parties and stakeholders. At the dispute resolution hub, we are committed to resolving commercial disputes every step of the way. Let us know what kind of dispute you are facing, and we can help you determine the best path forward. The dispute resolution hub, best care together. Here at the dispute resolution hub, we can help you find a solution that works for everyone involved. Dispute resolution hub helps litigants find solutions to commercial disputes, saving them time and money, and providing business relationships. Our state-of-the-art facilities for intelligent dispute resolution ADR offer seamless online and offline facilities, and sound review, on-demand recordings, AI-generated minutes of proceedings, dedicated secretarial services, and consultant arbitrators, mediators, and advocates who strive to resolve disputes efficiently. At the dispute resolution, parties can locally resolve commercial disputes, direct disputes, and partner disagreements, providing relationships and allowing them to refocus on their business. What makes us different is our fast-track resolution process that helps resolve conflicts quickly and efficiently with ADR. We understand that conflicts should not drag on and affect your business, which is why resolution to your litigation is our priority. We also offer a hybrid mode of proceedings that enables participation of all parties and stakeholders. At the dispute resolution hub, we are committed to resolving commercial disputes every step of the way. Let us know what kind of dispute you are facing, and we can help you determine the best path forward. Dispute resolution, best care to hear for you. Here at the dispute resolution, we can help you find a solution that works for everyone involved. Dispute resolution helps litigants find solutions to commercial disputes, saving time and money, and reviving business relationships. Our state-of-the-art facilities for alternative dispute resolution, ADR, offer seamless online and offline response, a soundproof view, all-around recording, AI-generated minutes of proceedings, dedicated secretarial services, and mediators and advocates who strive to resolve disputes efficiently. At the dispute resolution, parties can amicably resolve commercial disputes, directors' disputes, and partner disagreements, providing relationships and allowing them to refocus on their business. What makes us different is our fast-track resolution process that helps resolve conflicts quickly and efficiently with ADR. We understand that conflicts should not drag on and impact your business, which is why resolution to your litigation is our priority. We also offer a hybrid mode of proceedings that enables participation of all parties and stakeholders. At the dispute resolution hub, we are committed to resolving commercial disputes every step of the way. Let us know what kind of dispute you are facing, and we can help you determine the best path forward. The dispute resolution, best care to hear for you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to start our next session, so I request everybody to please be seated. We're about to start the session in another 5 minutes.
Mic test, 1, 2. Mic test, 1, 2. Mic test, 1, 2.
Mike's mic.
I request everybody to please be seated as we are starting the next panel discussion. So welcome back, everyone. Our next panel discussion is on intellectual property and global trade, navigating cross-border challenges. Please join me in welcoming our distinguished panelist. Our first panelist is Mr. John Kabeka, U.S. Intellectual Property Counselor for South Asia. Let's have a huge round of applause, everyone, for Mr. John Kabeka. Our second panelist is Ms. Monica Romelina Sijabat, founding and managing partner at MRS Business Professional Consulting, who is also our presenting sponsor. Let's have a huge round of applause, everyone, for Ms. Monica. The third panelist is Mr. Gilbert Boon-Keat Tan, Regional IP Counsel at Yokogawa. Let's have a huge round of applause, everyone, for Mr. Gilbert. I warmly welcome all the panelists.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. We have the wonderful advantage of being right after lunch on a Friday afternoon, so we're all primed and ready for a very engaging and enlightening discussion. So I just want to take a moment to welcome my fellow panelists, Monica and Gilbert here. What we'll do is each take about 5-7 minutes or so to tell you a little bit about our very diverse roles. It's a very diverse panel, and how it intersects with today's topic and the topic of this conference. And then we'll go into Q&A and have hopefully an engaging discussion from all of you as well. So I'll start and just briefly introducing myself. John Kabeka. I am the USPTO Regional Intellectual Property Counselor for South Asia. So I'm based out of the US Embassy in New Delhi, and I serve all the South Asian countries, including Pakistan, Sri Lanka, the Maldives, Afghanistan, Bhutan, Bangladesh, and Nepal. And so, and so I've been there about 4.5 years. And even today, I got questions about why is the USPTO putting IP counselors, IP attaches in respective countries throughout the world. And I think it's important to highlight the fact that the head of the US Patent and Trademark Office actually serves as the principal advisor to the President of the United States on all forms of intellectual property. And she is also responsible for administering our agency of 13,000 people, where we grant patents and register trademarks. But in the advisory role, that responsibility isn't just domestically, it's also internationally. And she plays a key role in our international dialogue with other trading partners, both bilaterally and multilaterally through many of the different WIPO organizations in Geneva, and through other forums like the Quad, for example, which is a partnership with Australia, India, and Japan, and several others. So in this vein, what we do is we play a very close role with the governments throughout the region. So, and we obviously have a wonderful relationship with all of the IP offices in South Asia, for example, but that's not where we stop. We're not just working with the IP office. We're working across the entire government, foreign government, on anything that might be in the works, guidelines, legislation, rules, regulation, anything that might implicate intellectual property in some way. So in that way, so for example, think of drug regulators, or think of in the telecom industry and data privacy, digital privacy, and things like that. So we do work across the spectrum in that regard. And that's a big bucket of what I do, the G to G bucket. The second pillar of my work is more C to G, it's B to G, I guess, business to government, and where I work very closely with industries that have a significant presence in the United States that also are active in countries throughout the region or are seeking to enter one of the countries in my region. And we work with them on sharing best practices, especially highlighting differences between our respective laws, how the courts work, different enforcement regimes, and so on. So that's a big part of what I do. And then if I see something that is more systemic and perhaps impacts more than one company, then I go back to my G to G bucket in advocating for improvements of that policy or law in my work with the government. And then the third pillar is one of, I guess, G to P, so it's the government to public, and it's working across the innovation ecosystem at all levels with, law experts like yourselves down to kids in schools and across all forms of intellectual property to help raise awareness of intellectual property, the need to respect intellectual property, and how to employ IP strategically in advancing your own business interests. So that's a big part of what I do. I'm not the only one in the world. You're probably all sitting there. Yeah, he covers South Asia. Why is he in Singapore? I do have a counterpart that covers Southeast Asia, who's based in Bangkok, who is unavailable to join for this program. So I came in his place. But also I share this because if you ever want to reach out to the IP attaché, whether it's Southeast Asia, South Asia, we have 3 in China, we have some in Europe, Central South America, Mexico, please reach out to us. We welcome the discussion, helping to answer questions and helping to not only to hear what some of your experiences may be, but also to help in establishing a path forward for stronger, more effective IP protection. So with that, I'll stop there. And just to say that I've been with the U.S. Patent and Trademark Office now 35 years. And prior to coming to India, I was the regional director. I opened and ran the Silicon Valley USPTO for 7 years, based in San Jose, California. So worked very closely with startups, worked very closely with high tech, biotech, and some of the most innovations coming out of the country. So thank you. Monica, I'll turn it to you. Are you on Gilbert or whichever?
Oh.
You too?
You mean first?
Yes.
Right. Okay. Hi, everyone. My name is Gilbert Tan. I've been in IP industry since 2008. Before that, I'm a trained engineer doing ICT science. And I think many in this room are not familiar with IP, right? So maybe I touch base a little bit. Intellectual property is something that you intangible, right? That is an asset. So I didn't know actually how good it is until I went to see a customer. At that time, they are surrounded by like 10 people speaking in a foreign language that I don't understand, and everyone was like very angry at me, like scold. And I was like, okay, I don't understand a single word what you say. I know you're very angry, right? Then I asked my sales guy, why those people are so upset. Then they said they don't like your product. And I said, you don't like my product, then don't buy. Why you bring me here to scold me in a language I don't understand, and then you still buy from me? And he said, that's a problem. You have IP, you have patents. Then I realized, wow, okay, IP is the way, right? And some, as an engineer, I also have some inventions that eventually, we apply patent, and then I see the value of those patents. So as one of my ex-boss told me, IP, writing IP is like printing cash, right? So if you apply patent, right, depending on the contents, it can be a junk, a piece of paper writing something, or it can be something that worth millions or hundreds of millions of dollars, right? That is how powerful IP is. So I'm glad that I'm in this field because since 2008, my ex-boss say, hey, wait, you have been outside IP department, why don't you come in? So I came in, then transformed my career, and now I'm regional IP counselor for almost 8 or 9 years already. And for IP, it's really complicated. It's not as easy as what most people think. I just now mentioned patent, and you have also copyright, trademarks, trade secrets, and all form of stuff. And with this new age, with AI, right, I would say there is new form of IP in the form of learning model. So things are complicated, not as easy, and especially you want to enforce that across the border is even much, much more challenging, right? So I think we're in living in this excited period where you see, AI, all these new things are ongoing. But at the same time, I think it's also a challenge to enforce those $1 million IP, right? To make sure that it has those value. Okay, I think I have give enough. Pass the mic to Monica.
It's okay. Sorry. Hello, everyone. I'm Monica Romanina Sijabat. I believe that we are meet in New Delhi, March 6 and 7 as an awardee Lex Falcon Global Award 2024, and that we have a good communication and connecting. Also, that the familiar people there. I'm so happy to meet you here again and again. Also. So I'm the founder of the and managing partner for the MRS Species Professional Consulting. I built my business 9 years ago with my success team, and then they are with me right now. And we have the team from the top university in Indonesia that as of University of Indonesia alumni. And then we open our new representative office in Washington, D.C. When the COVID come. So that John, when you are in New Delhi, I'm in Washington, D.C. Yeah, we fight for this business because that our client they headquarter in Washington D.C. and our client is they are also success 300 years ago in America. So that's why that we open in Washington D.C. And in Indonesia, the first success story I uh, start with the status elector as a text lecturer in University of Indonesia. Why I got my sparring managing partner awardee last March in New Delhi? Because I have a lot of profession with me as a tax attorney, as a consultant, as a lecturer at the time, and now as the researcher, so that you can explore the world with very best in your life. That's so inspiring for the people. So when I got my status as the lecturer, as the people that are highly competitive to become a lecturer at the top university in Indonesia, that we call it Universitas Indonesia in Bahasa Gilbert, familiar with Bahasa. And most of the people that come to a university to know about how you experience as the tax attorney, because in regulation first, tax is different with the law, the specific arbitration, intellectual property, and anything. Why we talk about the intellectual property now? Because when you have a script, when you continue to the court and the Supreme Court, your script as the have intellectual property right. In Indonesia, we call it hak kekayaan intelektual. We are rich people that have right as the author. It's in translate in English. So John and Gilbert have a big smile when I explain in Bahasa, translate to English. So intellectual property is so important for us. When someone want to cheat your script, is related with your right in intellectual property. So who's the people that want to duplicate your script? Who's the people want to cheat your script? Who's the people want to get the benefit in it? Who want to compete with you, but they do something not related with the good effort that related with the intellectual property right. That's why that we talk about intellectual property. I believe all of us as the legal professional background, you have the script, right? So that we will talk about it later after decision opened by John. How you successful with your script as your intellectual property right. As in Indonesia in Bahasa, we call it hak kekayaan intelektual. Is it correct? Correct, right? So we are rich people as the author of the script, correct? We have Indonesia right now here. So yeah, because that if you plagiarism in University of Indonesia, we will terminate you and you will fail in that semester. So we will punish you as a student. So it's so hard and difficult when you do cheat and you duplicate or maybe that you stole that script. So you will get the big punishment. That's why that we call it in Indonesia hak kekayaan intelektual. It means that you are a rich people that have right as the intellectual person. That you are also a brilliant people when you win the case in the court and the Supreme Court. That's why we keep as a attorney, I will keep it by myself and then go direct to the court. So auditor cannot cheat it. So the another consultant cannot cheat it. So they cannot duplicate it. Why? Sometimes in our profession, we compete must support and sportive and we you know that how strong we are compared to another professional background. So the intellectual property is very, very important to our professional background as a legal, as attorney, and also that the person that is related with it, especially for the business, that the patent and others. That's also very, very the very big value in the business. Okay, this is me. Thank you so much, everyone. Come back to you, John.
Sure, thank you. Thank you, Monica, and thank you, Gilbert. So when we think about the theme for the conference, global legal and IP, as we see in today's globalized economy, safeguarding innovations requires a multifaceted approach that addresses legal, technological, and strategic considerations. And we're going to touch on these a bit today. But the rapid advancements in innovative and transformative technologies, you heard Gilbert talk about AI, and then the panel just preceding lunch on blockchain, continue to reshape IP laws and strategies. At the USPTO, we're taking this very seriously and have taken also a multifaceted approach, not just within the USPTO, but also in partnership with the Copyright Office and in partnership with other government agencies throughout the US to figure out the best way to address AI considerations at the intersection of innovation, creativity, and IP. However, across jurisdictions, and not just developed versus developing, but just generally across jurisdictions around the world, the lack of harmonization among international laws and regulations is one of the primary challenges in cross-border IP protection and enforcement. And this is very challenging for businesses, particularly operating in multiple jurisdictions. So I'll just highlight some that I deal with on a regular basis in my current capacity, and then we'll talk more about some that impact broader than intellectual property. So for example, in the patent system, the US is a first to invent system where first inventor to file system, whereas some places around the world are still first to file. And other countries have different scope of patentability protections, where you might be able to get effective protection on software-enabled inventions in one country, and the same claims would not be permitted in another country. Similarly, in pharmaceutical areas, you'll see in countries like in India, there's a statutory criteria for enhanced efficacy, which makes it more challenging for innovative pharma to obtain protection and therefore enforce their innovations in that jurisdiction. Also, there's a variety of different terms of copyright protection around the world. There's a baseline at TRIPS at 50 years, but we've been encouraging partners to expand that number to 70 years from the author's life. In addition, trade secret protection is very challenging. And this is something when we talk about startups, for example, the first type of intellectual property a startup creates is typically a trade secret. They're iterating, they're innovating, they're prototypes, they're recasting, pivoting, doing all of these things, and they're trying to keep that out of the public domain. So ensuring that they have strong relationships with their employee to employer, as well as with manufacturers and other entities, distributors that that play an important role in the research, development, and commercialization of a product. So you heard yesterday, it's kind of turning to, one thing I saw is an interesting fact that I hadn't heard too much about prior to this conference. And Monica, in her opening remarks yesterday, talked about international asset transfers and an increased focus on intangible assets with respect to taxation and as a result, intangible assets, intellectual property is an intangible asset and plays a key role here. So maybe perhaps I'll start with Gilbert and then to Monica, if you can maybe explain the issue a little further in the real world, and then provide some examples of some countries where it's actually navigable and some other countries where it's challenging to deal with these cross-border asset transfer of innovations. And what are some strategies that can be considered for companies to help navigate the differences across the jurisdictions?
Okay, sure. So IP actually is a very broad area. You have trademark, copyright, and patents, and so on. So it's very difficult to like one answer fits all. So maybe I just pick a few, right? If later on you guys have any specific interest in one area, maybe you can ask me, right? So maybe let's take the trademark. Okay, trademark in most countries you have registered trademark, and you have non-registered trademark, right? So if you think about registered trademark, then you have to register in that country. So if you have business operation in 10 countries, then you need to register that in that 10 countries. So trademark, I think the fee is not that high. It's not that much an issue. So if you really care about your mark, then you just register there, right? Problem solved. But the problem is a lot of people, they don't, right? Then later on they realize, hey, wait, I use this mark in Singapore, right? Then this guy is getting my mark in, let's say, the neighboring country, Malaysia. What can you do? So of course, this type of stuff to me is, if it's not so much a burden, just settle it, right? For patent, then it's not that cheap, right? Because the fee for trademarks, if is a range of few hundred. But if you talk about patent, it's easily thousands or tens of thousands. So do you want to file in like multiply by 10 by this 10,000? It doesn't make sense, right? So you have to figure out something like, maybe you just protect some country, not all the country. So you have to think which one is the one that you want to file your patent in that country, right? So let's say you have your business in 10 countries, maybe you just select one or two, right? So it really depends on how you want to deal with it. Then for things like copyright or any other intellectual asset that you do not need to register, then I think maybe, it is not that complicated, but again, you need to rely on the local law, right? And in some cases, enforcement is not that easy. So to be honest, you don't expect to be able to enforce your IP right in every country with limited budget. So you just need to figure out how to maximize what you can do, right? Then John talked about second issue about transfer of asset. And to me, this will be something very exciting in the next 30 years. Because in the past, people talk about asset as tangible. But now, I think more and more people can accept that intangible asset, which is IP, can be even more valuable. So more and more countries recognize that. And I was just discussing with my fellow panelists that in Europe, the patent office or maybe the authority, right, start to look at this. They were saying that, hey, wait, the inventor invented this invention, let's say in one of the European country, and then you registered that that patent, right? Or then you transfer to the US or somewhere outside Europe. And when you are successful in your business, they don't get tax, right? No, you get tax somewhere. Let's say the business, went from Europe to US. US tax the company for making profit on the invention originated from Europe, but Europe government don't get a single cent, right? So for that reason, the government authority look and start to scrutinize more and more on this. But let me ask you, when you file the patent, what is your value of the patent? Just now I told you, right? It can be as good as just a junk paper or as good as 10 of millions of dollars. So the variation can be very, very difficult. And this kind of issue can be very, very complicated. So how are we going to deal with that? Well, I'm not a tax expert. Maybe Monica can explain better. But the strategy that I always tell people to use is before you get your IP right form, transfer it, right? So meaning if you have application before your patent get granted, then you transfer, right? It's of course common sense that before grant, you are not sure whether your patent can be granted or not, will have lower value. And once it's granted, it's for sure you have that right. It will be higher value. So you need to act early. And if you look back at what everything I said just now, right? You just need to prepare early, right? If you think that you were successful in those countries, file your trademark, do whatever you can, talk to the IP attorney in that country, and see how your IP right can be protected. That's all I can say.
Yeah, Monica, let's hear from you on your perspective.
Okay, as a consultant, that maybe that this is just that who is the source income. So the person or the company that will tax for the intellectual property that he goes with it first, that as author. So we know that which country that most popular and that they have the technology, the very high competitive in another country, country by country, they put in another country also is so different in the tax. So for in tax regulation, not even in any country, we know about the tax treaty to avoid double taxation. So the author that and the source income that will get taxable first and not to the another one. Why? Because he gonna be that have the right and that he gonna be the source income first. That's intellectual property right related with tax also. And the pattern that you said that we also have a royalty in tax also, it's so difficult to prove it if you know who's the branch or the headquarter that will give it to you and who's gonna be the got the person or the company that get the benefit. That's a reality first. So most of the case and the in the pattern royalty that related with it and the author and the also that the person or the company will must continue to the court and the tax issue to prove it first. Most of the tax authority that they cannot handle about this case for the digital company that have the internal logi product that very highly competitive with another one that they have popular brand right now. So that's based our experience, John, about that we cannot specific to name it. Is so sorry, but I believe that you understand if you are a legal person, who is the author, and then who is the person, your team, to execute it. Okay, you got it now? So yeah, you smile, it means that you understand what I mean. Yeah, John, because this is very confidential. But I believe all of you that know about this case, this very popular case, and who is the winner in this case. So please be careful who is the author and who is the executor. It's totally different in taxation regulation. Thank you, John.
Thank you, Monica. I'll just, in the interest of time, just ask one last question to the panel. And I talked a little bit about trade secrets and the difference in protections in trade secrets across the world, and very much so even in South Asia. There's only one country that has even a mention of trade secrets in their law, and that's actually Sri Lanka, but none have a clear, effective trade secret enforcement mechanism. And we hear from judiciary that the hodgepodge of laws that are put together to meet the TRIPS obligations for handling of confidential business information and trade secrets are very difficult for a judge to adjudicate accurately. So, I think, going kind of take the bigger picture here. So even though the regulatory environment and the IP enforcement environment is very challenging in many countries around the world, these economies are still very attractive to investors. And I've heard from investors who say, okay, we're going to invest $20 million in this new manufacturing facility, but we really wanted to invest and prepared to invest 200 million. But even though the economy is attractive and they're not investing at the rate they would be if it had stronger protections for IP. And I think maybe, Gilbert, I'll turn it over to you to share your experience here on what are some things that companies can do when considering effective protection in markets where the enforcement of the intellectual property is not as strong as perhaps on the international best practice standards.
Okay. Yeah, I think John has pointed out that not that many countries have this law regulating trade secret. Yeah, I think it's true. Most people will just most countries just refer back to TRIPS agreement and refer to the condition there. From my experience, I think the difficulty is not so much about the law, because the law from employee context, right, is kind of like clear. Whatever that you come up with is belong to your company, your employer. To me, the difficulty is about enforcement. And enforcement, of course, the strong regulation is needed, but a bigger headache is evidence. So if someone stole something, right, from the company, let's say from your company, I think the first difficulty that you will face is how do you prove that information is confidential? And I think most employer, especially small, medium enterprise, they were like, what is that? Right? And if you act like that, then you can only say, yeah, what is that? You can't do much, right? So in that context, you need to understand, right, what constitute a confidential information. Of course, it's too much to talk about in this short time, right? So talk to your lawyer, get to know what are the conditions, and usually it is best that you prepare yourself better, right? Like labeling those things and make it clear. That would do the work, right? One thing I want to add is about AI, right? So this is already complicated. And now you add AI to it. Let's say you use ChatGPT, for example, right, to train and further improve your work. do you realize that the learning model will be elsewhere, especially those in the public, right? And I would imagine these are really difficult to protect moving forward because I don't see any regulation, talk about those rights. And in the States, I think they start having certain issues like that. But in this part of the world, it's still far behind, right? So those are the things that you may need to watch out.
And Monica, any comments on AI or trade secret? Okay. All right. So with that, I can't believe we're already towards the end of our time, but I want to make sure that hopefully it's sparked your interest and some of you have a question to ask. So let me open it up to the audience for any questions. No one? Question?
If you have no question, I have a question to the audience about AI. Is it okay, John? Okay. I believe that all of us that familiar with the legal script, so that you will compare your script. Maybe there's some things that you are not familiar, maybe that you want to know, but something that new for you. So you go to AI, correct? So, what AI, John? How about your experience with AI related with intellectual property? Is it okay for the legal that to use AI? Because it's for me, when our client meeting yesterday morning, it's so funny when they present me for the AI. Monica, we have that this one is AI information. This one and I said that for the legal, please go to the real website for the government regulation. Don't open AI because there is so much different information that we cannot get the real regulation from the government for. It means that is it correct we can use that government regulation, or is it correct that we can use that for the treaty regulation or else? So many people right now, John, as a legal professional background, that I heard them they also that open AI for the legal script. How do you think about it? Because that intellectual property, right? I'm so sorry, John. This is because for the legal act, in my experience, that I must make by myself as the author. So I know that we will win success or not. Okay, so I must stop. If I know that the evidence not support our legal leg, the script, I will say that I suggest, hey, this is gonna be failed because the supporting document not found by your team, right? But how can that legal that can say that, yeah, we can do it by AI? I said that it's so different. So that's John. Is it in your opinion with my explanation? Is it okay for you that a legal professional that they use AI to to do
So-
something information or else?
So I think that, we probably can all agree that this is still trying to figure itself out, right, globally. And, I'm aware of some law firms that use a constrained data set to even help draft patent applications. But I think ultimately, while it's a helpful tool, I think it's important to interrogate that tool, just like you would interrogate an associate drafting a patent application for the first time. And I have found in everything I've ever done in AI, and I was sharing some examples with Monica yesterday, I've always found errors. And so you need to be, vigilant and not take what you're seeing for granted. But then like in the US side, like we're still coming forward with our formal positions. But generally what we're seeing is contributions by the AI itself. If there's no innovation, whether it be creation on the copyright side by the artist, or if it's no innovation by the inventor, it was all done by the AI, we're not granting patents to AI, right? So, but if it was used as a tool to help do some analysis or things like that, then, so I think that the difficulty over the next few years is going to be is there going to be a bright line? And as we know, in the field of law, there is never a bright line. It's always being tested one way or the other. So, I think that's where diligence comes in, common sense comes in, and, doing the best you can for your clients. And so if you're using a machine to draft and relying on that data, I think ultimately there's also a challenge is how these data sets were trained in the first place, and were there any violations of IP that have taken place in the training of the data set? And that's things that are still working themselves out. So it's a very complicated area, and it's something that we at the USPTO have taken a deep dive in looking at. There's several publications on our website, as well as Copyright Office website on where we are and some of the things we're considering. And for example, it's a little weedy, but we had some guidelines to come out to remind the attorney that is filing applications to, and not only to remind the inventor, but also to remind the applicant's representative that there is a duty to disclose information. You can't hide things from us. If we find out, you'll likely lose a right if it was granted. And there is also a duty of what we call reasonable inquiry, which means you should be asking the questions of your clients in the creation of the invention that you're helping them obtain rights for. And so those are some of the recent guidelines that have come out.
Okay, and Gilbert, how about your perspective?
I mean, I already mentioned just now, right? This is the uncharted territory and no law. It's just like you used to cross the road with traffic light. Now you are in a country with no traffic light. That's all I can say.
All right, thank you. That spurred any questions? We can take one. Otherwise, I see a question. Yes. A microphone.
All right, good afternoon. Yeah, good afternoon. All right, so I think it was well covered, and what I noticed is Monica asked all of us a question, but she answered the question herself. And while sitting here, I think she has, she's there, but taking all the questions and addressing us. But she also had the mindset of people sitting out here. What they think about people sitting out there. Okay, so she she asked the question, she answered it. My question is, since we're talking about blockchain, AI, right? So blockchain is more related to, more dominant in the financial world, right? And AI, as you know, it's a household thing nowadays, right? So every kid would have access to AI in the form of ChatGPT, every officer's legal counsel, whether we should use it, not use it. And as the gentleman said that, there are a lot of errors, and I do see a lot of errors in ChatGPT. So AI is more into like, it picks up from machine learning, neural networks, LLM models and all that, right? And more used up in the services industry. So where do you think, my question is, where do you think that, who would take help from whom? So is it that blockchain would take help from AI because AI is rapidly expanding and we don't see blockchain for a few industries and domains as a dominance. So where do you see both of them meeting together and solving world's problem? That's my question.
Gilbert, you want to try, or I can respond?
Okay.
So I'll just say from my perspective, I've been excited to see more and more what blockchain is capable of. And I actually think there's a solution there. I'm very optimistic when it comes to IP enforcement, but I think there is a way using blockchain technology to ensure to help tackle the counterfeit products that are out there. And we've started to see that in some high-end products, but I think ultimately finding a solution could help address this huge challenge we have with counterfeits flooding the markets around the world.
So you were saying that since it involves a lot of proof of concept and proof of work, so blockchain is more reliable than machine learning concept, and which normally.
I'm not going to say one is more reliable than the other, but I think there's a solution there, an innovative solution that can help us tackle the global problem if we focus on it.
Yeah, I mean, I would say let's look at them as two different tools, right? So you can't compare the tools of two different functions, right? So blockchain to me is a tool of tracking. I think that is quite fair. AI is a tool to help your work to be improved, and you correctly pointed out the gist of it is in the model and who owns the model. So that is a hot topic today that to me is a challenge. That's why I said we are into uncharted territory, right? There is no specific law that I know of that can really well protect that model, because don't forget, all IP is jurisdiction. So how about your model in two country? That's it, right? So at this point of time, I really don't see how this thing is going to be regulated. But of course, at the field, I think most people will be very careful that they build their model in-house and well control all that. And if you rely on the public learning model, then I'll just say good luck, right?
Right. See, I have one connected question, if you don't mind.
I think because I do have another appointment, that's why I don't want to. So maybe
Okay, I'll
we
make it
can
very
chat-
quick.
Okay, please.
Okay. So the reason I asked that question because when we, as an auditing company, when we assess a lot of frameworks, right? There's an AI framework which has come, ISO 42001, right? So that also gets audited because many of the organization, small, mid-size, and large organization are using AI in the form of chatbots, or there are many other things. But we don't have a regulation for blockchain from the auditing standpoint, right? So how do we deal with it? Although people involvement is more in blockchain.
Yeah, I mean, to wait and see. My guess is there'll be regulations as with everything else, right? So some countries will come out with regulation that are probably much like in AI. We're seeing AI regulations that are overly restrictive, AI regulations that are not restrictive, and other countries seeking something in the middle. So the same thing is likely to happen, would be my thinking. So I'm just going to leave it there.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right. So thank you, everybody. Thank you.
I would like to thank all the panelists for this insightful session. Can we have a group picture? Yeah.
Thank you. Thanks, everyone.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for what all we were waiting for. It's our virtual and physical award ceremony where we will announce the Lex Falcon Global Awardees. It's an absolute pleasure to welcome you all the highly anticipated Lex Falcon Global Award ceremony. Today, we come together to celebrate the remarkable achievements and outstanding contributions of individuals and organizations in the legal industry. This is a momentous occasion as we honor those who have demonstrated excellence, innovation, and leadership in their fields. So let's get ready to applaud and celebrate the stars of our legal industry. I request everyone to please join me in celebrating the remarkable achievements of these individuals and organizations. To present the award, let me call upon stage Mr. Dixon So, Director, Head of Intellectual Property and Intangible Assets Practice, CHP Law LLC. Let's have a huge round of applause and welcome Mr. Dixon to present the Lex Falcon Global Awards. So the first award in Rising In-House Lawyer of the Year in Corporate, Commercial, Labor and Employment Litigation goes to ASM Makid Haider Sharif, Senior Executive Legal at Edotco Group. Let's have a huge round of applause, everyone, for Mr. ASM Makid Haider. He's the Rising In-House Lawyer of the Year in Corporate, Commercial, Labor and Employment and Litigation. Let's have a huge round of applause, everyone.
Thank you all. So I am honored to receive this award. Thanks to the Lex Falcon Award Group and thanks to the LexTalk Award community to recognize me as a rising in-house lawyer of the year. And I would like to express my gratitude to my colleagues and my friends and family who give support to achieve this kind of award. And as a legal professionals, we are here for uphold the justice, and I think we all are committed to do this. So thanks once again to the community and to the organization. Thanks for the award.
Congratulations, sir, on this well-deserved victory. Next up, ladies and gentlemen, is Rising Law Firm of the Year in M&A, Corporate, Commercial, Regulatory and Compliance. And the award goes to JAR Law as Rising Law Firm of the Year. Let's have a huge round of applause, everyone, for JAR Law. I would request Mr. Dixon to present the award. A huge round of applause, everyone, for JAR Law as Rising Law Firm of the Year.
Law, we are very passionate about providing innovative solutions to our clients by
Hello. Hi, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes,
Yes. Hi, Vikas, Sindhuja. How are you?
I'm good, thank you.
Good to hear that. Let me formally introduce myself. My name is Kishan, and I'm part of Click Away Creators from the organizing committee.
Okay, hi Kishan.
Hi, Kishan. Hi. Hi. So very shortly, we will start the award ceremony.
Okay, okay.
I think award ceremony is going on, but voice was not there.
Hi, Kishan. Can you fix the volume
Good afternoon,
thing?
everybody. It's been a really interesting 2 days and a lot of insightful seminars and discussions which have taken place. I'm truly grateful for the award and to the Lex Falcon Group. And it's been a really 2 days of interesting and insightful discussions the past 2 days and in the lovely city of Singapore. So I thank you everybody for being here and thank you for organizing such an insightful and interesting 2 days.
Thank you, sir. And once again, congratulations. Next up is Emerging Independent Practitioner of the Year in Dispute Resolution, Litigation, Regulatory and Compliance. And the award goes to Mr. Pranav Sood, Advocate, as the Emerging Independent Practitioner of the Year. Let's have a huge round of applause, everyone, for Mr. Pranav Sood.
Wow, I feel like the coolest cat in town right now.
and intellectual property. And the award goes to Ronald Godger, principal and partner at Blaze Legal. Let's have a huge round of applause, everyone. I think he's not there with us right now. So moving ahead, we have the next category as Emerging In-House Counsel of the Year in Capital Markets, Arbitration and Intellectual Property. And the award goes to Mr. Sunil Agarwal, VP Legal and Company Secretary at Gerware Technical Fibers Limited. Let's have a huge round of applause, everyone, for Mr. Sunil Agarwal as Emerging In-House Counsel of the Year.
Thank you very much. It's great honor to receive these awards. Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. The next award, ladies and gentlemen, is Leading Lawyer of the Year in Life Sciences and Healthcare. And the award goes to Mr. Aaron Gu, partner at Beijing Han Kun Law Offices. So let's have a huge round of applause, everyone, for Mr. Aaron Gu as Leading Lawyer of the Year in Life Sciences and Healthcare.
Thank you. I'm making sure because I already made a speech this morning. So thank you for Lex Falcon Committee. Thanks for my team. And I think this award actually not come to me. Actually, it goes to all the people who work on the life sciences industry because we are fighting for the human life. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And once again, congratulations. The next category is Leading In-House Counsel of the Year in Corporate Commercial, Labor and Employment, Risk and Corporate Governance. And the award goes to Ms. Akanksha Kamte, Legal Head at Novolis Corporation. So let's have a huge round of applause, everyone, for Ms. Akanksha.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, LexTalks, and the team behind it to organize this event, recognizing our efforts. And thank you, sir, for the award. I dedicate this award to all my family, my organization, and the team because legal counsel cannot work on its own. It's always a team behind any of the awards. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, and congratulations. I would like to thank sir for presenting the award. Thank you, sir. Let's have a huge round of applause, everyone, for Dr. Balakrishnan Gopalakrishnan. Next, to present the awards, I would like to call upon stage Ms. Monica Romalina Sijabat, founder and managing partner at MRS Business Professional Consulting, who's also our presenting sponsor. Let's have a huge round of applause, everyone, for Ms. Monica Romalina Sijabat. The next award is Leading In-House Counsel of the Year in Anti-Bribery and Corruption, Competition, Antitrust, Labor and Employment. And the award goes to Anusha Netri Vishwanathan, Legal Counsel and Company Secretary at Novartis Healthcare Private Limited. Let's have a huge round of applause, everyone, for Ms. Anusha Netri Vishwanathan as Legal Counsel and Company Secretary.
Thank you so much. It's an honor to receive the award. Thanks to the organizing committee. This is actually a feather in my hat. And I would also like to acknowledge my family who has always been supportive and the organizations for bringing me ahead. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Congratulations, ma'am. The next award is Leading In-House Lawyer of the Year in Real Estate, Corporate, Commercial, Mergers and Acquisitions, and Capital Markets. And the award goes to Eunice Chengo as Legal Counsel at Ayala Land Logistics Holdings Corporation. Let's have a huge round of applause, everyone, for Eunice Cheng as Leading In-House Lawyer of the Year.
Thank you for the recognition. This is for everyone that I work with because teamwork makes the dream work. And hopefully, with integrity and excellence in all that we do, our transactions help the countries that we're in. Thank you.
Congratulations, ma'am. Next up is Leading Lawyer of the Year in a Law Firm in Construction, Arbitration, Corporate, and Commercial. And the award goes to Glenn Thousand, partner at Cyan Partners, member firm of Nishimura and Asahi. Let's have a huge round of applause, everyone, for Glenn as Leading Lawyer of the Year in a law firm. I think he's not here with us right now. So moving ahead, let's announce the leading managing partner of the year in litigation and real estate. And the award goes to Glynis Ling as managing partner at Glynis Cabasing Law Office. Let's have a huge round of applause, everyone, for Miss Glynis.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am truly grateful to receive this award. I am a lawyer based in Manila, and actually, our firm is pretty small, but I myself have been in the practice for about 15 years now. So for more than a decade, I have been focused in handling litigation and property dispute concerns. And it would be an honor if to have met the people here. And I am truly looking forward to be working with you soon. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Next up is Emerging IP Expert of the Year in Dispute Resolution, Litigation, and Intellectual Property. And the award goes to Mr. Ronald, Principal and Partner at Blaze Legal. Let's have a huge round of applause, everyone, for Mr. Ronald as Emerging IP Expert of the Year.
Well, firstly, thank you to the organizing committee. I think this is the second time they're calling my name. So thank you for that. I mean, this feels good. This feels great. I would like to thank my family, obviously, my mentors, all the colleagues I've had over the years, and my team that has brought me this. And it has been a wonderful conference for me. I have interacted with a lot of leaders here, learned a lot from the seminars, and I hope to collaborate with them also and meet them soon. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Congratulations, sir. Next up is Leading In-House Counsel of the Year in Corporate, Commercial, Finance, Arbitration, and Real Estate. And the award goes to Ms. Harshini Deshpriya, Group Chief Legal Officer at Janshakti Group. So let's have a huge round of applause, everyone, for Ms. Harshini Deshpriya as leading in-house counsel of the year.
Hello, good evening, everyone. I wish to echo the sentiments of the rest of the award winners, and that is, I'm truly honored to have received this award. Not only that, I wish to express my gratitude to LexTalk World and the giants behind that. On the other hand, I wish to express my thanks to my company, Janashakti Limited, for giving me the opportunity to perform for you to recognize. And last but not least, my family, obviously my husband who's always there for me.
Congratulations, ma'am. Next up is leading in-house counsel of the year in banking and finance, litigation, corporate, and commercial. And the award goes to Ms. Rajshri Vakade as senior legal and compliance manager at Pay Compliance HK Limited. Let's have a huge round of applause, everyone, for Ms. Rajshri as leading in-house counsel of the year.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much, LexTalk World. And it's pleasure and an honor to be here. It's wonderful meeting everyone here. And thank you so much. Have a lovely evening. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Next up is leading lawyer of the year in a law firm in banking and finance, litigation, anti-bribery, and corruption. And the award goes to Mr. Vaibhav Vishal as senior legal associate at Chamber of Advocates, Saurabh Sundar. Let's have a huge round of applause, everyone, for Mr. Vaibhav Vishal as leading lawyer of the year in a law firm.
Thank you, everyone. I'm grateful for this award, and I thank the organizers and the financiers for this event. Thank you.
Congratulations, sir. The next category is leading lawyer of the year in a law firm in labor and employment, risk and corporate governance, and white collar crime. And the award goes to Ms. Madhavi Datta. So let's have a huge round of applause, everyone, for Ms. Madhavi. Madhavi is a partner at Kocher and Company, a leading law firm in India. She specializes in the anti-bribery and corruption, fraud investigation and compliance. She also works on prevention of sexual harassment matters. She's one of the youngest partners and has worked with some of the best and top tier law firms in India, like AZB and Partners, JSA, and also EY. She did her law from Symbiosis Law School and did a course from the prestigious Harvard Law School. So let's all congratulate Ms. Madhavi Datta as leading lawyer of the year in a law firm.
Thank you so much for that. Good afternoon. I think the introduction has already begun. But I would like to thank the organizing committee, Lex Falcon. Thank you so much, Monica, for giving this award. And I would like to thank my parents, my mentors, my colleagues, everyone who has supported and guided me, along this journey. It's been a wonderful experience. And looking ahead, I'm excited to continuing to contribute much more, to the ABAC, POSH, and white collar space. Thank you so much.
Congratulations, ma'am. I would like to thank Ms. Monica for presenting the awards for us. Let's have a huge round of applause, everyone, for our presenting sponsor, Ms. Monica. Now to present the awards, I would like to call upon stage Mr. Gilbert Boonheat Tan, Regional IP Council, at Yokogawa. Let's have a huge round of applause, everyone, and welcome Mr. Gilbert. So the next category of award is Inspiring In-House Legal Team of the Year in Corporate, Commercial, Labor and Employment and Environmental. And the award goes to Aban Spirola Company. Let's have a huge round of applause, everyone.
Hi, good afternoon. Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you very much, and it's great honor me to receive this award from the LexTalk Global Awards. I would like to delegate these awards to my company, Urbans Group, and to my family and to my team, Legal. Thank you so much. Have a nice day.
Congratulations, ma'am. The next category is Inspiring Managing Partner of the Year in Litigation, Taxation, and Family. And the award goes to Mr. Mahmood Morshid, Head of Chamber at Golem Morshid and Associates Solutions D Legal. Let's have a huge round of applause, everyone, for Mr. Mahmood. He's the Inspiring Managing Partner of the Year.
Good afternoon, Singapore. I'm honored to be here. Thank you. I'm really grateful to LexTalk Global Awards organization. I dedicate to my award to my only son, Barrister Kolomorphy Junior Shan, who's just 5 minutes old. Thank you. Love you. Love you all.
The next category is Inspiring Advocate of the Year in Corporate, Commercial, IPR, Media, and Entertainment. And the award goes to Mr. Moksh Kalyanram Abhiramullah, Managing Partner at Lamentage Legal LLP. Let's have a huge round of applause for Mr. Moksh as Inspiring Advocate of the Year. He's also powered by a sponsor. Sir, we would like to have few words from you.
See, recognition succeeds learning, and learning is never complete without teachers. So teachers are the base for anyone who has been today. And these teachers, when supported by with good friend of mine who are available across the floor, I thank one and all for this celebration.
Congratulations, sir. Next up is Inspiring Independent Practitioner of the Year in Intellectual Property, Technology, Media, and Entertainment. And the award goes to Mr. Rajkumar Warrior, Independent Counsel at RKV Law. Let's have a huge round of applause, everyone, for Mr. Rajkumar as Inspiring Independent Practitioner of the Year.
First of all, extreme gratitude to the organizers. It's been just 1.5 years. I may look old, but I'm just 1.5 years young. So far as my journey as an independent counsel is concerned, I have spent good 25 years with corporates. And as an in-house counsel, I worked with Airtel, I worked with Samsung, I worked with Disney Star, I worked with Den, I worked with ABP. And it's been a fantastic journey as a corporate counsel. I mean, it would have been impossible without the clients who really repose their trust and faith on me. And it's very difficult to stand as an independent counsel and to be on your own. And thankfully, they have really helped me. And this 1.5 years I've been doing this, thanks to my family and especially to my mom who has come. Thank you so much.
We welcome you, ma'am.
Thanks to all the audience. Thank you all. It's a commitment of my excellence. It's a renewal of my commitment of my excellence and service and my commitment, hard work. I'll keep doing my best. Thank you
Congratulations,
so
sir.
much.
The next category is Leading Lawyer of the Year in a Law Firm in Construction, Arbitration, and Corporate Commercial. And the award goes to Glenn Tozon, partner at Sayan Partners, member firm of Nishamura and Asahi. Let's have a huge round of applause, everyone, for Glenn as Leading Lawyer of the Year in a Law Firm.
I was called earlier, but I wasn't here. The reason was I wanted to make sure my wife can take my photo. Because the important lesson I learned in law is it's good to be a good lawyer, but it's better to make sure that your partner in life is there to see you get things like this. Thank you so much for the support. I appreciate you all.
Congratulations. I would like to thank Mr. Gilbert for presenting the awards for us. Thank you, sir. Let's have a huge round of applause, everyone, for Mr. Gilbert. Now, I would like to call upon stage the directors of ClickAway Creators, Mr. Abhishek Gaurav and Mr. Pradeep Tyagi, on stage with us. I would also like to call upon stage Ms. Monica, the founder of MRS Business Consulting. I would request all of you to present the last award of the evening. That is the Emerging Law Firm of the Year in Banking and Finance, Arbitration, Bankruptcy, Reconstructing, Insolvency, and Dispute Resolution. And the award goes to BGK Law Associates. Let's have a huge round of applause, everyone, for BGK Law Associates as Emerging Law Firm of the Year.
Thank you very much. I have nothing to say. I'm reminded of, and those of you know Hindi, because there's a poem by Gulzar which came in a film. That is what I say. Musafir hoon yaro, na ghar hai na ठिकाना, मुझे चल के जाना है, चल के जाना. That's all.
Congratulations, sir. Now, I would request everyone to please come forward for a group picture. Everybody, please come forward for a group picture.